about topics to discuss. And one was about our purchasing policy and how we do our purchasing. So I thought we'd go over that real quick this morning. We adopted our purchasing policy in August. And what our process is, anything over $50,000 of the purchase is estimated to be greater than $50,000, we do a formal bid. If it's under 15, if it's between 1,000 and 15,000, we do 3 quotes, and we monitor that through our accounts payable system. So we have one of our staff that will, as the departments are sending in their purchase requests, she will monitor and make sure that we do have 3 quotes. Now, there are sometimes when they can't get 3 quotes, and then we make sure they have a written justification. If it's between $15,000 and $50,000, then they are required to have 3 formal quotes. So they can have verbal if it's between 1,000 and 15, but written quotes between 15 and 50,000.
And I know the question was asked about a procurement department. We don't have enough buying power to have a formal procurement department. I'll use the school system as an example because you have a sundry number of schools within the school system. They can buy in bulk. We just don't even really buy. Karen, on an estimate, how much, like office supplies, what's probably the city's total office supply budget? It has to be less than $50,000 a year.
It's probably, I haven't looked at it the total recently, but yeah, it's not a huge amount.
It's not.
Because we did that exercise a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we buy very, very little. Fuel, we buy a lot, but I mean, Greg handles that and we deal with that from a maintenance and from a fleet perspective with the police department. Years ago, there was a meeting I was in, I know Greg was in, where there was a possibility of a joint purchasing effort between the school system and the county on purchasing fuel. But even through that process, we just use so little. So we try to handle it through our purchasing policy. If there are different things that you all want us to look at, we can. When it comes to things like purchasing local, we have information in our purchasing policy that allows for that. We don't have anything related to minority purchasing because those things typically are regulated under federal law. I mean, I think the county uses some a little bit. They may have put certain things in their policy, but our purchasing capacity is just really small. And anytime you all recommend anybody to us, for instance, when we have RFPs out, when we send it out mass-wide, we always add those individuals to the list so that they get the proposal as well. But if there's anything that we need to do different, Karen can run through some of the other things, we're welcome to. But we've tried to, over the years, just from feedback from you all, feedback from vendors to revamp our policy as best that we can. But a lot of what we do is very limited to our purchasing and to how much we purchase, which is not a lot.
Thank you for the clarification. So in monitoring, where is it that we would need to be, or what would be like a reference of we need to move to that direction?
To have a procurement department, wow, we probably need way more.
Yeah, probably if our budget increased, it depends on buying in bulk, how much we buy in bulk. I mean, when I did the exercise a couple of years ago, paper was one of the things that we bought in bulk. And then we're using less of that now, especially in the finance department, that we've moved to electronic accounting system. So citywide, we just don't use as much paper as we used to.
Does the county still have a purchasing department?
The county has a centralized purchasing department. But ours, again, their budget is $100 million.
Yeah, if I, just for frame of reference, just kind of, as an example, Rashawn. So Valdosta had a $100 million budget, and we had a procurement division within finance, but it only had 2 people in it. But again, that was with a $100 million budget.
And it's monitored in finance. Yes. by a specific person or?
And we scan in the quotes too, we have those for reference when, we do get competitive quotes, so, but they do that at the department level, so, for example, Melissa or Travis, when they buy something, they have to send in 3 quotes and it gets scanned in, otherwise we kick it back and say, hey, you gotta give us 3 quotes on this. So they, do look for the best pricing at the departmental level. They can sign up online to get notification when we send out bids, so they can go to our website, do that.
I did have a question about, city manager mentioned that the county has implemented DBA. And so that's for small businesses, minority and women businesses, so we don't have anything, any requirement like that.
No, but I don't think we don't have anything that excludes them. If they want to do business with the city, they just put in a bid and that type of thing. Now, we do have grants. Some of our grants require a certain percentage of that, but we don't have that policy right now. We do have the local. In our purchasing policy, we give 5% of leeway if they're not the lowest bid, you know, that we can favor, we can go with a local supplier.
Okay, yeah, and I think for them, there is a requirement where they have a percentage where they do have, you know, for minority women businesses.
In the past, what you all have done, is like when we've had construction contracts with contractors that are large, conference center as an example, you required a certain percentage of local bids. You know, you all talked about construction projects yesterday, so if that is something that you want to do, that's probably where you get your biggest bang. I mean, just the stuff that we purchase on a regular basis, and maybe you see the check register, it's the same. I mean, it's the same stuff. We don't purchase enough where it would really.
I mean, because we would have to pay somebody $50,000, and I don't think we would save $50,000.
Yeah.
You know, plus benefit cost.
Ms. Hampton, you mentioned some of the construction bids and some processes that we have gone through in big projects. I believe we are doing, in my opinion, we're doing the right job when we give locals a 5% leeway in priority as far as the bid. Because look at our community, look at our contractors. They're a picture, they're a picture of our community. So when you say giving a 5% leeway on bids, to me, that's community wide. That's anybody in the community that happens to be in that line of work, then they would have the opportunity to be given that bonus or that 5% pass. And we've done it because I know on the conference center, we had some local contractors that came and did a lot of work on the building. And that's something that I think, are we not required, I believe what the mayor referred to is if you're on a federal, some sort of grant that requires that a certain amount of the work be given to a certain segment of the population, whether that be minority or nationality or whatever it might be. But I don't see how we're doing anything but the right thing when we give a concession of 5% on a bid to local. Now, how we define local, that's another thing. I don't know in our bid process, how local do you mean? Do you have to have a zip code of Douglasville, or the city of Douglasville, or Douglas County?
Business in the city.
Okay, so that type of city business license, or
Right.
Good point.
I've asked that because people have asked me about that in the past. I think there was a realtor, Amy McCoy, and she, you know, wanted to know if we had a provision for minorities or for women, you know, just to give points. And so, and I know the county has done something like that.
But our grants would definitely require that, and we have been audited by our auditors to make sure that we do adhere to the grant requirements. So, above the $50,000, we have a standardized process, and you've seen those coming through. We've done 30 RFPs since we started, and we usually have a department head and a project manager, and they work all that together. And we, so if you have any suggestions for improvement on that, let us know.
So Karen, just in passing there, in order to be able to justify having a procurement department, if that was one person, then you would wind up spending 50,000+ for salary plus benefits in order to try to save money through the procurement process.
Right, if
That
we're,
what you're
if we're doing bulk ordering, you know, to hire someone.
Right.
Yeah. To try to save.
50,000 a
money,
year plus benefits, you'd have to then
yeah, Right,
hopefully justify you were saving more than that in those purchases in order to justify having it.
right, and we feel like the departments do a good job with looking for example, vehicles. We feel like at the department level, they know specifically what they're looking for. They know what kind of Tahoes they need. And since, you know, police is so different from Parks and Recreation, it's really hard to find that one person that has the expertise on all the different departments.
And then if you all think about the vendors, even if, you know, you use vehicles, for example, I mean, Greg pretty much comes to you all and tells you where he's gonna buy a garbage truck, and he gives you the reasoning as to why. We don't, you know, we buy one garbage truck maybe. And then for our utility vehicles, you know, most often we're going to Hardy. So we're just very limited, and typically procurement is a specific skill that people go to school for. So if you're working in a city like Valdosta, where you have $100 million budget, you may be dealing with utilities where you have to buy things that are above and beyond what we typically buy. You know,
And see, that's a great point, Marcia.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but see, for example, our fleet maintenance division was combined with the city school system.
yeah,
So it was not just the city. We also, in order to make it financially work, we also had to consolidate with the city public school system on fuel purchasing, fleet maintenance, because otherwise we just couldn't financially make it work. And then again, it was handled by the two people that worked in the finance department. So,
I mean, our check register for the week the mayor just signed, it may be $300,000, but tied in that are gonna be, utilities for buildings, our routine maintenance contracts. Very little of that is gonna be things that you can procure. Most often, you know, one of Greg's guys may be going to Ace Hardware or going to Home Depot, and that's on the Bank of America card where we have an account. So it's like we're not contacting so many vendors where you're jockeying for a price. It's very, very small. I mean, I would say that to address your question, Councilmember Burdanley, I would even think we would have to probably have a division that buys from a variety of areas to make it work. For instance, we would have to just say, okay, we started a utility, and now you're gonna be buying, you know, if it's electric, now you're gonna be buying poles, now you're gonna be buying all these other things. I just don't think that we have an operation that would ever probably yield procurement in a way that most folks think of procurement. It's something we're large enough. And one of the things I'll share with each of you all too is, even probably since Karen started in the finance department, there's so many local, even office supplies, so many local vendors who are no longer in business. So it makes sense to go to Staples. It makes sense to order, you know, online. IT is a good example. There are companies that have consolidated that when we buy these laptops, you kind of get it in bulk. So majority of the companies, in a sense, have forced us to one or two companies anyway. So there's not a system where you're going out there and you're lobbying for the best price. You almost have, it's like medical insurance. You almost only have one or two options anyway.
But we are looking for the best price, but it's at the departmental level. Because we feel like they have the expertise.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we've cleaned up the most has probably been the RFP process. I think from a procurement perspective, the fact that it's handled from the department to get the specifics, and then it goes to legal to vet to make certain that it's clean and clear. I'm not even in the RFP process. You all are not in it until the end when you all get to select. So it just makes it cleaner. So when vendors are calling and they have questions, all of that is handled at the department level. It doesn't, you know, nobody's trying to jockey for, okay, my RFP is better because of whatever relationship I may have. I think out of the purchasing policy, that's the thing that probably has gotten the best level of clarity and transparency to make certain that you all are protected We had several recent bids where sometimes a local bidder gets it, sometimes the local bidder doesn't, but the process has been transparent enough that we can follow back up with the vendor and say, here's the reason why you didn't get it, and Karen's department does that. I don't get involved with it. Now, they may call the mayor, but it gets kicked back to the department.
They always call me.
And we have our policy, they're not supposed to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I'm really glad to hear the transparency, and I've always definitely supported local. Just want to make sure that, that we really look at making sure that the same businesses do not get the same contract over and over and over again. And I think we've done a great job, but just being flexible, fair, and the department heads, they have a lot of connections, because they're the ones that deal with the vendor, but just making sure that the flexibility, and like you said, if someone did not get it, that you make sure we can show them why, and then even the process is not so strenuous. There's some things you just can't get over, but so strenuous that some of the smaller businesses probably would never be able to be able and get that contract. And maybe if they're not making a referral, and say why.
The next topic, this is the last topic for the finance is, I think if you'll refresh your memory on, we had a council meeting where we had asked you to waive the late fees on alcohol licensing for December 31st. So one of the citizens' comments were that the fees were disproportionate. So we have, and I have some examples on the slides, but, so for example, the liquor license is $5,000. Beer and wine license is $500. So your late fee is $500 if you just have beer and wine, and it's also $500 if you have a $6,000 license. So it's disproportionate. So what we would like to recommend is just change it to a percentage-based late fee if we have that problem. Again, and like I said, that we don't usually have that problem. We're also looking at different ways to notify the licensees and help them remember to come in and pay their license fees.
one of the things that was brought up was that because there was transition in staff and Karen's department typically contacted the business, like contacted the individual saying that, we haven't seen you pay. One of the things I mentioned to the Public Safety Committee Chair and Karen is that whatever we implement, considering that we know what the labor situation is, we need to make certain that we can carry that forward. Not saying that a phone call is not something that we want to attempt to do, but in reality, things happen and we can get busy. And during that time of year, Karen's department is also ingrained in the audit process. But the other is we need to look toward advancing in technology. One of the examples we suggested was investigating and looking into a text message system to remind. You all know when you go to your doctor's appointment, it reminds you you have an appointment coming up. So we can try to encourage and basically push our vendors and our business license, alcohol license folks to that method, and even business license to say, hey, we want you to sign up for this via email, via text message. So you have that technology so it doesn't box us into a situation where somebody has to man a phone and constantly call. Because if we're going to get rid of the example we possibly talked about was that late fee for the intent to renew. If you get rid of the late fee for the intent to renew, what's the motivation for me to go ahead and turn it in? So you may end up having to call hundreds of people versus maybe 10.
How many businesses do we have?
Shay, how many licenses do we, I think we have it on there on the slides.
Oh, so we are not calling people. Why are we not calling anyone? Just calling your grandmother, you think that's their responsibility?
Mayor, we can't hear you all.
Oh, I was
I
gonna
can't,
say,
I'm sorry.
I apologize. I said, we don't need to call people, call business. I mean, the text I think is nice, but this is, I'm not your grandmother. I'm not calling to remind you of your responsibility.
We usually have a small amount.
If my business depends on alcohol sales, then it's my responsibility.
Men,
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's what I'm
It's
talking
my
about.
responsibility. We've all been late paying stuff. I've been late many a time. And I gotta suck it up. It's on me. It's not on somebody that didn't call me to remind me.
Yeah,
And we
that's
start
crazy.
going down this rabbit hole, every year, we're gonna be faced, well, and I just,
And I think that lady should have paid her fee because she was late, period.
but I do like the idea of proportionate. I mean, 500 fine for $500 license, and 500 for the 5,000. I agree that we need to fix that, but if you're late, you're late.
Well,
Pay
I think this year was, a year that was unforeseen. So just from the time that I've been in council, I've not heard this come up. The young lady that came and spoke, I was very, she said something, she said, I've had my business for 13 years and I've never been late. And this was the one time, and her business was closed. One time out of 13 years. So, and I agree, we don't need to call, but I can say that the city of Douglasville, I'm very proud that when individuals call the city, they do not get a voicemail. They get a person on the phone. I'm not saying call, but that intimacy that you have with the clients and the resident citizens that we serve is so, so very important. Everything is so fast. I mean, I'm cool, but the texts are great. I don't think we need to call, but whatever we can do to provide the highest level of customer service is always the best.
The mass text is good, and like I said, 12 years that I've been here, we never had this situation. This is 1920 was a different situation, different outlet. So now we know what we need to do in 2021 and future. And hopefully the pandemic will get better and we can move on.
Oh.
Fee for beer, wine, and pork.
Sir?
But what's the fee for beer, wine, and pork, right?
$500.
$500.
Yes.
So I know as a small business owner within the city, I have my business license is paid here in the city. And I don't think this is necessary, so I'm gonna throw something at us to maybe do away with something if we're going to have to improve to take care of the alcohol. I get probably 4 notices a year to renew my business license. First notice, second notice, third notice, final notice. I don't get that with any other business ever. So you all have done a tremendous job. And I think part of it is probably an incentive revenue. And I understand that, that's great. But there's a certain percentage of people that are not going to renew them for the last day anyway. And I've been in that category where I couldn't afford to do it. In fact, I've been in the category over the last number of years that I didn't renew it until I needed to come and permit something because I wasn't sure I was going to be in business to renew it. Okay? But to have to call someone and for that call to not be done in 1 year, and those people that want that money given back to them, to use that as an excuse for not paying is irresponsible, in my opinion. And that's the reason I voted the way I did. Now, that doesn't mean we don't want to be compassionate. It doesn't mean we don't want to help them. And I think we're showing that in the grant that we gave to the chamber and to that group to help those small businesses. But I'm afraid if we go down that road, then next year we're going to need to have 2 calls. And the next year we're going to need to go to their business and pick up their check. I mean, I'm being facetious here, but we're human, but we also have to be responsible for our own actions. Like Coach said, I didn't know he was going to say that, but if I'm dependent upon alcohol sales to support my life and my lifestyle and my income, then it's my responsibility to make sure I take care of that license. This is a one-time thing, that's great, but I guarantee you it'll be used against us if we don't make some changes. So stop sending forward notices to the business life because that's going to be used against you if you're not careful.
You know, the reason why we do that is because when they go to court, it helps the case to say, hey, we spent 3 renewals.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, being on the Water and Sewer Authority, even during the pandemic, you used the service, you had to pay for your water. I mean, we relaxed the penalty and didn't turn people off, but you still have responsibility to pay. And the same thing with Greystone and Georgia Power, all the utilities talked, and if you use, you used up the energy or the water, they lapsed it because of COVID, but you still have to pay your bill, and you can call and make arrangements, but, just what it is.
And one of the things, I wanted to add, and I know Karen and her staff are willing, to call, and it is an added service. And I don't want customer service to waver, because I think Dr. Verdanley is correct. That's one of the things we pride ourselves on. But I also understand human capacity. And at the end of the day, you can only do so much, and you can box yourself in the corner trying to do all of these things when long-term, when I look at everything that's coming down the pipe, a phone call to someone who forgot a alcohol license is easily something that gets slipped through, because we're ingrained in loss negotiation and SDS and everything else. So if we can invest in a technology that can assist us to maintain a high level of customer service, that's where I'm suggesting that we go, because your human capacity is only so much. And staff is always willing to go and do the extra, but I'm here saying, okay, that's fine, but here's the reality of where we need to be and to do something that's sustainable. So that's my suggestion. It may cost us a little bit. I doubt it costs a lot, because more than likely it's a technology that's been out there forever. So it's easily something we can do, and even inclusive of business licenses.
They have to sign up for the text, though, right?
They would have to. It would have to be them. As they come in to renew, we would encourage them, please sign up. We want you to.
We're collecting email addresses now, as it is, and it might lead into some other things that can help us citywide. But I think we met with the chairman the other day, the recommendation is not to take off the late fee, but just to change the percentage.
Okay, if I could, if you could just allow me a moment here I want to tag on to something that Mark said. And it ties into something that Marcia just said, and it's also part of what our conversations this afternoon about, what's happened, post-recession now coming into the pandemic. And that was one of the things I want to talk with you about this afternoon, were the limits of human capacity with your city staff. Because they're stretched further than a tight rubber band. I'm just gonna be real upfront. And they're on the front lines. Y'all are on the front lines with them. They're on the front lines where the rubber meets the road. And I think you really, in relation to the work that's ahead of you all, the important work that's ahead of you all, and I don't know, because I don't know the internal workings of your city as an organization, but I do know, I recall very vividly, being around a table like this, sitting next to my Jedi Master, Gordon Mayer, the facilitator, when we had to have a conversation with the elected officials, okay, if you expect your staff to now take on this, you must now give up this, because this is where we are. This is where we are. And I mean, I saw in your staff, your senior staff back in December, the desire to do whatever they need to do to serve the citizens of this community, and to support you in doing that. But I also know when I look in people's faces and when they're overstretched. Okay? And so this is a broader conversation than just making phone calls, but it was a great moment for me to interject, because of additional conversations we'll have this afternoon. That human capacity element really applies to your people out there. It really, really does. So, sorry, but just a moment of professional privilege here that I've really kind of, carpe diem, wanted to bring that up.
So, Mary, based upon what Councilwoman Verdanley has said about call, are we taking away the personal touch by going from that phone call to a text? I would prefer to have the personal phone call myself if I needed that call. So if we go to the text, are we going to then take some personalization out of it?
So, and LaShawn, if you can help me with this too, because see, you made a really great point about people not getting an automated system when they call City Hall. That's huge to me when I call now. When I call someplace and I immediately get an automated system, I get so frustrated. it's just like, let me just talk to a human being. I just keep getting 0, 0, 0, 0. Just let me talk to a human being. It sounds like, based on your comments, that y'all have set a great level of customer service in that, so.
Yeah, let me clarify. I think reminder texts do it. I mean, I get reminder texts from my doctor. Just with me working with my schedule, if I had to pick the phone up every time and say hello, that's not gonna work. Especially with the millennials, that's definitely not gonna work. They don't answer the phone. But what I am saying is, like our receptionist, she answers the phone, that's awesome. You know your client, you know your customer, you know the client who has not ever been late. My doctor knows me. If I have not been in 6 months, 7 months, they may pick the phone up and say, you know what, are you okay? That is what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I'm not talking about adding the burden of you calling every month, most definitely not. And I know that the staff, you go beyond. I mean, when somebody comes to me and complain about staff, I have to really step back and say, wait a minute, you know, because I know staff who may shoot the crap. I've been here too long, and I know council members as well. But what I'm saying that to get straight, I'm not saying not to send the text. I'm just saying you know your client. You know those, with the exception of those that are new in business. It's just courtesy. Just not forget about the level of excellence that we have always done as a city. That's what I'm saying.
You know what you know.
That's it.
May I make a comment? In the great scheme of things, the late fee is financially insignificant. One thing I think you people should think about, if you're charging $500 for 4 beer and wine, $500 for package lunch, those fees were set in the 1980s. I don't know if you've done the studies. That's probably the lowest fee in the metro area. Now, you've got 100 licenses of beer and wine only. If you went to $1,000, none of those places are going to say, oh my God, I can't afford to pay this. Well, the extra $500 times 100 is 50 grand, which is the price of a new top. It's something you might want to do.
We talked about. Karen and I talked about that.
We did have that conversation.
We had a conversation about the 500. I put 500 in the barber shop. Beer, wine.
And we also talked about the fact, because one of the things Karen said she was gonna research, how many cities are now separating out beer and wine from just a straight alcohol license?
Shay, did you find out any, whenever you? So Shay, we did put together,
Yeah,
other,
there it is.
yeah, in
There's
Douglas
comparison.
County. They probably could, there's Carol.
Looks like to me, Joel, that everybody's still in the 1980s with the fees.
Exactly. From my point of view, I mean, think about, you have an establishment for only beer and wine. Well, I would venture to say some of those establishments are making about as much profit off beer and wine as some others are making off hard liquor sales.
Because those prices aren't
Look at the number of
1980
six-packs at racetrack sales.
Look at the sales of alcohol during COVID. They were off the charts,
Yeah, I
especially
mean,
Corona.
That's
what I heard.
revenue source, in my opinion, big over.
Just a couple times, I'm telling you, I thought I'd take it back.
So do y'all want us to look at resetting the fees, on these based on what, information we get back?
Well, is this not basically providing us with a comparison around the geographic area?
Well,
What
I will.
everyone else is charging?
I know we have Carrollton in there, but to be honest with you, I would go back and tell finance, we need to look at some other metro cities because, maybe, and I wouldn't even include Ackworth, but I would include places like your Smyrna's and your places that have far more restaurant establishments, that actually serve alcohol, and do it based on that versus, cities like.
Look at Marietta. look
And
at
Marietta.
Decatur, Look at Atlanta.
Yeah.
This is a situation, you know.
Hiram's more because they probably have more restaurants and places that sell, so I would base it on that, your restaurant establishments, your bars, some cities that are comparable that way versus our next door neighbors, because they may not necessarily have the same number of establishments.
Is
How
it,
many
is it a,
people
oh, go ahead, Coach, I'm sorry.
that didn't pay on time? And it was, if I remember the numbers correctly, more establishments paid on time or paid the late fee without pushback, as opposed to the ones that didn't pay and pushed back.
We
But-
sent it about 5 back.
I guess my question is, how many of those folks didn't pay because they just didn't have it? Because business was so bad, or how many of them didn't pay because they just forgot? Or the one lady that you're referring to, she told me that she just didn't get it in the mail on time. And the way the mail's been run lately, I wouldn't be surprised by that, but I'm just asking, I'm curious, how many?
There were 5 that we sent a check back to that paid the $500. So once y'all waived the fee, the people that had already paid, we refunded their money. So there were 5.
But I guess what I'm asking is how many people gave it an
Oh,
excuse?
gotcha.
I mean,
We had a few that did not renew, like the Chinese restaurant on Fairwood Road. They did not renew because they couldn't afford it and they weren't selling enough beer and wine to renew. So we did have a few that just didn't renew, period, because of their, because of the situation.
They couldn't, they had to close it.
So, quick question, so I can clarify it, because I want to kind of restate this. So the change as far as the penalty going from a flat rate to a percentage, that has not been done yet?
No,
So would it be the consensus that do all of that in one action, and that is let your staff go back, look at benchmark communities for fees, and then at that time you all make a collective decision about fees and the percentage and the late fee, and do that all at one time and not incremental?
yeah, and I think that, the legal staff, I know Ms. Littlefield had mentioned this, before, that, and Joel referenced it, we haven't looked at our alcohol ordinance in a long time, so it may be a good idea to just look at everything at one time, to see if we can clean up and modernize what we need to.
But one alcohol ordinance, I'll be the first to say is, let's don't entertain, I see in COB, they're getting ready to do a new ordinance where alcohol can be delivered to the home. Now, I'm not interested in talking about that yet.
I think in some, I think they're doing that because, just the FYI for you all,
Yes,
Uber Eats
that's
in some
good.
cities, there's Uber drinks.
yeah, drinks.
So, yeah, so that may be something that may come about, that Uber is delivering alcohol, so.
They already, because you already.
Ms. Littlefield has a comment to that, so you want me to want to.
Speak to it, Ms. Littlefield.
Your ordinance doesn't want to prohibit delivery of alcohol.
Thank
Now,
you.
it prohibits sale outside the sales point. But if you pay for it some other way, over the phone or whatever you do, then somebody else can deliver it to your house, the same as delivering wine and your groceries.
Well, I'm not just speaking of like a case of beer, and I'm not, that even makes it, but I'm speaking of like a drink with a top on it.
I would just say you all think about that, because your food delivery services, they offer that in other cities, so that will be something, your DoorDash, your Uber Eats, your, whatever, Grubhub, they all offer that in other cities, so if you all want to restrict that, you may want to talk to legal so they can add that in an ordinance.
Or the department city manager, you should tell me.
It's all on you.
Now, we gonna check,
I'll drink to that.
and I've seen it happen. I've seen it order, and they put a drink in a to-go cup, and the Uber Ash or whoever.
And so, Ms. Little, for that, for
Go ahead.
clarification, are you speaking of a cup that has been poured?
Yeah, it is. It's the, you order,
Wow.
steak and mashed potatoes, and then you order margarita with your meal, and they come and deliver it just like they do your food.
Exactly.
Well, Joel had a very good question. How do you verify the age?
Now, that I don't know, but I'm saying, if you were to pull up your Uber app, that is on the menu.
Or the
Yeah.
delivery, you can be
Yeah.
18, you can be 18 and.
So is it safe for me to say that I've captured this, that it's the consensus of the elected officials and city staff to conduct a comparative analysis of benchmark communities and their fees to determine if there needs to be a revision to the city's alcohol fees. Additionally, it was recommended staff and the city attorney conduct an extensive review of the alcohol ordinance, including the process for calculating late fees.
Well, I'm not sure that we need to be comprehensive. We did do a revision to the alcohol ordinance just last year.
What word would you like me to use?
Okay, just the fees, please.
Okay.
Too soon for the start,
I got it, Susan.
Right.
I got it. That's good.
Thank you.
I took out all those other words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want Susan mad.
All right.
All right.
Wait, I have a question.
We don't want you to have an early
Yes.
day.
At this
Nicole.
point, can Ubers and Grubhubs and whatever, are they delivering drinks to our homes? Not my house, but.
I don't know about in this area, but I know in some places they are.
Places they are. And
Yeah,
honestly,
they
I mean, I
are.
don't,
In some places, I see them
and this,
happen.
again, this probably is rabbit hole. And honestly, I don't care if you want to, but I am curious to, if that's something that is going on in Dundalton, and how do we know that we don't have a house full of teenagers having a house party and ordering pictures of margaritas like that?
Or, I mean, if you want to serve at a restaurant, servers have to go through a process. So now we got guys driving around delivering margaritas, what process do they
taking
have?
a sip, that's it.
I mean, to be honest, I get, right now, if I wanted to order
Example.
a,
Let me just say,
We are so off.
I have,
I lost
It's
Go ahead,
basically-
I want to hear this though.
It's
Go ahead,
basically-
Mark. If you wanted to order,
if I want to order a case of wine, all I have to do is click that I'm over 21 and it comes to my house. I don't see it being any, they don't, I mean, there's no scanning of any ID for me, there's none of that.
that's a problem.
So, I'm just-
That's a problem.
And a lot of local governments
So that was-
restrict that.
18.
But I'll tell you that we had a service call just last week, and as we had a local government ordinance that restricted that, and we had to say no.
Yeah.
So I gotta tell you, as a parent of a high schooler, that scares me. Because I could be going to training, we could be in Savannah this summer, and Owen might be really big and stay home and take care of dogs, and little do I know, he's ordering cases of wine.
I mean, you can't, I mean, any place that delivers, I mean, to your door, you can, I mean, you can go to any website if you wanted to and click it all. The websites are the distributors that sell alcohol, all the sites do is ask if you're 21 and put in a birthday.
well, I'm just
So
gonna
it's
say,
not
I
us in trouble.
have, this may surprise people, I'm a member of the Beer of the Month Club. And but when they deliver, they always require a signature on the spot
Thank you.
with ID. Now, that may be the policy of the company versus,
Right.
wine, but that's, our experience is always that you have to show ID and sign on the spot. And when, upon delivery.
That's a great.
And I got friends in wine clubs that order the wine.
Same.
Wine come through.
So the
Come to the
person,
door.
I'm just curious about the training though, because honestly, like, I'm no longer trained to serve alcohol. I don't even know what year you were born in, if you're old enough to drink at this point. I have no idea. So
Much more recent than you think. Much more recent than you think now.
I don't know. They probably in the 90s or something, but like, I would think that like FedEx drivers that are delivering your beer may not know either what year you need to be born to.
Yeah, Dr. Burden had something.
I wanted to ask Karen, so do we still do the auditing in like the restaurants to audit the balance of food and?
We were just talking about that
Oh,
last week.
okay.
There are
That's tough.
companies that do it, and we do not do it anymore.
Or just,
Mhm.
We used to do it just for show.
right, right.
And we would go, because it's so hard to measure, you know, you have to give the distributor what they sent to the outlet. Then you have to measure their liquor and their bottles or whatever, and then you have to back into what their ending balance should be. And so that does take a lot of manpower. Now, City of Tucker, when I called around to some of my colleagues, City of Tucker said they paid $10,000 for a company to do their auditing. They only recovered $7,000, and they made a lot of people mad in the process. So,
Right.
so, but yeah, we don't do that anymore. but we were just talking about doing that. Now, there is a company that can go out and do it, but I know it's expensive.
That was one question. The other one is, I don't know, I'm sorry, I just had a brain freeze. Just now.
Not that old.
Big grandbabies, anyway.
Roger, I had a quick question about brew pubs. I know this is going down the rabbit hole just a little bit. When Dr. Burdanley said something about the ratio and all of that, isn't any food at all? I guess in our last council meeting or something, we were talking about the brewery. No, like alcohol, you have a ratio of food versus alcohol. For brew pubs, you don't need any food?
Yes. We could talk about alcohol a little more extensively, but yes, for brew pubs, no for breweries.
You can just drink and not eat.
Brew pub is a restaurant,
Yeah, a brewery.
brewery just makes beer.
Yeah, that's a different thing. A brew pub is a pub, so you're at a pub, you're eating, so you
So
have to
brew
have food.
pub is different from a brewery,
Correct. Brewery, you're manufacturing beer.
but aren't you tasting it when you go to the brewery?
Depends on what type of brewery it is.
So if you're at a brewery, you don't have to eat, I mean, you can just drink.
It really depends on the local law, but on the state level, it only really provides for brew pubs, which does include a requirement of selling food. I want to say 51% of the sales
Okay.
has to be food. We've considered the brewery aspect, and we were kind of tossing around ideas whether we're just adding a license, a pouring license for a manufacturer,
Mhm.
so that a brewery wouldn't have to serve food. But that was just an idea we tossed around internally.
Okay. I'm not in it, I don't drink beer, but I think you need to eat while you drink it.
I would assume, you know, if you look, I mean, most breweries that I know, even like the Budweiser plant, for instance, in Cartersville, you're going there, you're sampling, it's like a winery. You're not going there and like, you know, sitting at the bar and picking trash. You're sampling the beer, and it's more so for, kind of show and education. It's not, I'm going there and I'm, you know, just drinking to have a good time. You're going there. It's very similar to a winery kind of process.
I
But
thought
the
one of the
winery, you
things.
still eat, I mean, where does
Some
winery-
wineries you
Not
don't,
really.
not really. Yeah, not all of them.
I thought some of the information we got when we talked about this, and I know that we're not talking about this now, but since the mayor took us down this rabbit hole, I was gonna ask, what I thought I saw in the information when we were discussing this a couple of meetings ago, is the limit was 288 ounces of sales to any one person. Now, I may have just read that and misunderstood it. That's a whole lot of beer.
I was about to say, that's a ton.
So I don't know. I have to go back and look at the information we got, but that's what I remember being one of the things.
All right, so is there anything in the alcohol realm that left? I think we've captured, and this will go on the goals list.
We have some zoning stuff dealing with alcohol that we're gonna talk about later on in community development, but I think as it relates to
The
licensing.
finance side of it, licensing. Are we ready to move to 11 minutes early? Thank you very much. Sanitation operations, including the future recycling. I'm trying to redeem myself from yesterday. And starting 2 minutes early this morning. All right. We're ready for sanitation. Sorry, I'm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Greg Roberts, Melissa Dickinson. She's the awesome assistant to myself, to Ms. Hampton, to Ms. Jackson, to Ms. Callen. She assists a lot of people. And gives me the opportunity to get out in the field and pick up garbage sometimes. She's a great assistant in the department, and as I've said many times, thanks to Marshall Hampton and the city council for allowing us to have a little more supervisory control in various areas of the city, because I'm only about 5 years removed from being the director and one supervisor covering all of those areas. So it has certainly made things better. It was a task that I cannot explain. So who's got control? Melissa, you're going to have control.
Yeah.
You can.
You might need.
Yeah, you do that. I'm not qualified. So we can, well, I'll just have to click it everywhere. But, so we can talk a few minutes on some transportation items. And with Ms. Callan here, she and Mr. Byrd might chime in on this to explain where the funds are related to what we have and what's left of the SPLOST, unless Ms. Hampton thinks we covered all of that yesterday, but maybe for about 2 minutes. So there's a total left coming down the road of just under $5 million, right? And coming out of that 4.9 million is what we'll spend here in the next few months on that 1.6 million, right? And with the LMIG 20 and 21 that we'll be putting out the bid here in the next few weeks, as always, I try to estimate high. I can't control commodity costs, but so that's 789 for that one, and then the next one, I don't remember the total, but for those two, I try to trim those off to where we can get the roads done within what I budget. I do not like coming back to you with budget adjustments and that kind of thing, so we'll try to cover that. So there's a total of, there's 11 on the 21 LMIG, and these are the streets that you guys approved just a few weeks ago, back in November, early December. And then flip to the next one. Well, the 20, was the 20 on there? Yeah, there. Oh, okay, I'm looking wrong, I'm looking at my, so there's a total of 27 streets on there. And some of those, like Municipal Parkway, some of those are large streets, they're wide streets. And so a lot of the funds that I've got wrapped into that 789 on this one, for example, will be tied up in those bigger streets with commercial and industrial traffic. So are there any questions on any of the? Yes, sir.
Craig, I've had a conversation the last few days with people complaining about work on the city streets continuing, that other contractors have come in and done work on the street, and they're not coming back and making the street as they found it. In other words, are any of these streets, especially, I'm just going to ask for my ward, Ward 2, are these victims of those contractors coming in and making improvements and us having to go behind them to redo our street, which was in good shape before, or are these in need through the study of being resurfaced regardless?
So these are streets that have not been resurfaced in basically more than 20 years.
Okay.
As you've heard me say before, we are blessed with a lot of good streets. We've had a lot of longevity. We're not resurfacing streets 8, 10 years in like a lot of local governments. We're resurfacing streets at the 20, 25 plus mark. So if there are any that fit what you said even remotely, it's probably more coincidence than anything.
Okay.
And so I don't know that you're referring, I'm assuming they're contractors, maybe like utility contractors, not necessarily our contractors.
Correct. You know who they are.
Yeah, and
in the time, it's the same one.
And in defense of at least one of those utilities, they're dealing with infrastructure that's more than 50 years old. And it's sort of like dealing with an old house. Once you start working on it, you start finding things, and you don't always find it when you thought you fixed it. You didn't find it all. You just got most of it.
Where you thought it would be.
Yes. I mean, I just spent $3,200 on sewer work at my house. And it's work that the contractor, when he built it 43 years ago, didn't do what he's supposed to do. I'm having to pay $3,200 40 years later to correct it. I'm not mad at him, but it's a problem that they caused me, that I didn't know I had. And so, anyway, it happens. And that's sort of the same thing with some of our older sections of streets. Madam Mayor and I had some conversation yesterday, and that's one of the areas that's somewhat a victim to that. And I have spoken with WSA that they've got some pipe bursting to do on Church Street. But that's good, because we probably would have paid Church Street a couple of years ago had we not got in conversations about some other projects that we're looking to do. So I have asked them to fast track that and get to work on it.
Well, I'm not gonna ask us to go down that rabbit hole. That's a conversation another day that we've had many times before. I was just curious if we were staying on track to go to those that were rated the worst and complete that, or if we're having to sidetrack in order to take care of citizens' complaints because other utilities did not do what they should do when they put the street back.
Yes, sir. And just verbally speaking, a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 months ago, we talked that there's still about 80 streets that are rated 5. So every year a street drops a little percentage. Even Douglas Boulevard, we paved it last year, so it drops a point every year.
You're very gracious in your defense of our utility. I won't go there.
Well, sometimes I know what they're working with, and I don't want to be slammed, so.
In answer to your question, Melrose, if I'm not mistaken, Melrose was one that the complaint was filed with me this week on.
That's right.
And I understand that, so it needed to be resurfaced anyway.
Yeah, and not to try to get on another discussion or answer another question that might have been raised at some other point in time, but sometimes our utility contractor, our companies, they become the victim of the low bidder. And a low bidder, when you've got pipes that are 10 feet in the ground, you don't know you've got poor compaction sometimes for 2 years. And then you got to go all the way back down and fix it. And so the old saying that all of us have heard all of our lives, you do get what you pay for every time. Shoes, roads, utilities, get what you pay for.
I didn't call my councilman, but that's the street, that's my street. So
And you did not call me,
I
that's
didn't
correct.
call you.
No, it was not you, Mayor. I agree, it was not you.
And I talked to utility, they're good at bought pipes, but they're not good at resurfacing.
Then they should hire someone that is.
Yeah. 'Cause
As
it's
part
a
of the
mess.
contract to take care of our streets.
That's what, and I talked to Mr. Gregg about it, so hopefully he'll talk to Mr. Sharous and get it straightened out because it's still a mess.
I spoke with our assistant supervisor at 7 o'clock last night, and he's out of town, but he got the text message. To his credit, he contacted me. And there were 2 issues over there. One of them was left from the work they actually did last year. The other was a resident sewer lateral collapse. That's the one that made the collapse
Okay.
that we had talked about a week or 2 ago.
Yes.
And then the other is some settling in the center that was part of the contract work that they had. So they've already repaired the failed sewer lateral that was not necessarily a part of the contractor's job. They are in the process of trying to get the contractor back, but as luck would have it, he's 5 months out of warranty, because it's a 12-month warranty. That's why I've not always been great friends with some road contractors, because I don't care about warranties. I care about solid repair or solid work. And so we do spend a little more on some of our roads probably per mile than some, but I don't like coming back. I like the fact that my predecessor left me in a situation where we can be on a long, 2 decades or more repair. And that can only happen with base grade and subgrade. Asphalt is no better than what it's on. And you know that better than I.
One of the things before Greg leaves on transportation, he mentioned that $4.9 million, $5 million, and basically almost $2 million of that will be taken away. So what you're left with in this blocks program is about $3 million or so. That's really not a ton to do much with for the remainder of the fiscal year. So as you all start thinking about your SPLOST program that would start in 2023, that we're going to come to you all with, Greg is going to have an update on the streets. Of course, there'll be a significant amount of resurfacing. Sidewalks have been brought up. So, we'll probably be coming to you all sometime later on toward the end of the year. Sidewalks are gonna be just as costly as resurfacing. So we'll try to come to you with the street needs first to kind of get that out of the way, and then whatever's remaining is what we will probably look to add for sidewalks. So if all things yield the same, your transportation fund that you possibly will get, unless you change your percentage on SPOS, will be about $18 million. So we've done about how much in resurfacing, Greg? Out of this, we've done pretty much all with the exception of a couple things,
Yeah.
maybe 15 million.
That's right.
So you've done about $15 million or so in resurfacing this program. So if you keep things the same, you only really have about $3 million on sidewalks. So just keep that in mind, or any big projects. The one big project you did through this SPOS program was the I-20 River Road interchange. So that's.
And one thing Ms. Hampton and I have talked about a little more offline over the months, just in conversation about a number of things, is that going forward, and I don't want to say irrespective of SPOS, because we would hope that we would have SPOS to go to every few years. But one of the things that kind of got us here, it just kind of in a Greg nutshell, is that we just did the LMIGs every year. So the LMIG, say it was 250, we did the 30% match. And then I found myself trying to connect this thing, because what councils of a period of time ago, they just wanted to do this 250 and the 30% match. Well, anybody that's done road work at all, you know that is a dancing act that you can't really perform, because you get into so many things. It's hard to draw a net on $300,000 with road work. It just doesn't fit. Now you get up in this $1.2 million. Now you can kind of dance a little bit, because you can invest in one of these roads that's got really serious problems 8 inches deep. But you can go over here to, I'll say Cornelia, and Cornelia just needs some surface work. And so you can save a bunch of money there, regardless of what I put over there. I can kind of trim on that. And I'm not being funny. This is how I try to balance it, so I don't have to come back to you. And then when we get done, my hope is that 789 is more like 725. And it's not that I've saved you money. I just managed this project in the field to make sure it did not reach that 789. It can be difficult to do with roads like Waterway Circle and Municipal Parkway, because Municipal Parkway is going to get into some money because it's an old road, it's an industrial road, and it's got to be dealt with. So I'll have to go deep on that. Some areas worse than others. So that road may go over what I estimated, but I think I can handle it with 150.
So that's you all's financial perspective on roads and resurfacing. So just over the course of this year, kind of think about your sidewalk program, what you want to do. You also have one of your long-range plans, the trail system. We're going to try to 100% seek grant funding on that from ARC to try to help, but $17–18 million is not a lot for transportation.
Marcia, just as a clarification, put it in layman's terms, you mentioned we had $2 or $3 million left. That's SPOS proceeds that we've not yet spent on transportation, correct?
And that we're anticipating collecting, so we're on that pay go.
We're on
That's
the pay go now.
That's right.
As we get it in, we can spend it.
Correct.
That's what's left in that percentage of the SPOS.
That's what we're,
If we collect it.
that's correct. If we collect it, that's what our anticipated final total will be.
So to make sure that I understand from a financial standpoint, all that we have going for us then, should another SPOS not pass, in would be in the LMIG as far as what we're able to do on the state level every year for resurfacing.
Yes,
That's
sir.
all.
And that's why I mentioned yesterday that if SPOS does not pass, you won't pave another road the way that you've done. You don't have to.
It leaves you doing cul-de-sacs.
Yeah.
And that's why Douglas Boulevard went almost 30 years.
That's right.
But it was a really good road.
That's right.
Had my predecessor not lost friends over that road, we would have been in bad shape 10 years ago.
All right, that's roads. Transportation.
That's just a brief overview of our current staff setup. It doesn't necessarily give you the numbers. We have about 60 positions, maybe 61. But as has been discussed. We've had a little bit of an issue keeping positions filled, as Ms. Dickinson and she, along with the supervisors, sort of handled that a little more while I'm out there fighting with asphalt. We have had, and I don't want to exaggerate, this is just a general number, we've hired 5 people in about 4 months. They either came and worked a day or never showed up, or they worked a week and left. We did terminate one, but that was the handwriting on the wall really quick. So we're getting them in. We've had 2 turndowns in 2 days this week. 2 of them I was really hopeful for because he had supervisory background where he's at now, and he just turned it down. Now, he was having a 45-minute drive one way, so I guess.
And I do think it's worth some time, one, for Melissa to share just the recruitment process, what's happening, what the challenges are, because that's gonna lead into the conversation about recycling and manpower and what we really can do and what really is holding us back. I mean, we have the issue of COVID, but I think the main issue is just, we don't have the people. And, you know, and I don't think that it's gonna be something that can be fixed by us saying, okay, we're gonna pay somebody X amount of dollars. It's not that. So Melissa, if you can talk about just kind of what Greg is saying, not only the challenge of getting them here, but then when they get here, we're not even keeping them a week.
Right, so to get them here, HR sent over through ADP the applications, and me, Corey, and Gerald sit and go through them. We pick out the candidates that we want to interview, send those back to HR. Probably in the past 4 weeks, we've sent over 20, 25 applications. We've had 4 interviews set up. HR's reaching out to them to get their TCIC paperwork, but they're not sending that paperwork back to us.
And that's their background.
Right. So, yes.
We've even tried hand-holding. I know, because when Melissa was suggesting to me that, you know, people weren't turning their background, I called down to HR and I said, okay, well, let's just go get them, ask them to come in. Let's figure out how we can get their background filled out. We've tried that. That has not yielded a ton of success. And then again, they come in and, you know, they don't last. So so for a general laborer and a refuse collector, what's the starting salary on those positions?
It's about $12.50 an hour.
So and sometimes I think we've even offered in certain cases more than that, and it's still not yielding people staying with us for long. So we're down how many positions now? I mean, how many jobs?
Probably 8 or 10, isn't it?
Is that the going rate in the metro area, 1250, or is it more?
For municipal,
I would say for municipal, it's probably kind of going rate, and but you know, you're dealing with a group of people that they don't even care about your insurance and retirement. They're not even talking to you about that. It's all about pennies per hour.
Yes, they're taking points.
So we're competing even with Home Depot. You know, they're probably paying about $10 or $12 an hour.
Okay.
And some of these folks, when they work these types of jobs, they can go places where overtime is guaranteed. And
That's
so you might make $12, but when you add in time and a half, you gain more than that. So you're not gonna get overtime working for us, but you see all this is 14 positions that we have vacant. That is what's.
That number does kind of segue a little bit weekly. So I think we've got 2 people coming. We might could pull 2 of those off.
We got 1.
Got 1 coming. We had 3 coming 2 days ago.
Hey, Greg,
Yes.
with these entry-level positions like that at $12.50 an hour, how long would someone have to work steady, hard, and good before they would be eligible for a pay raise?
You gotta at least probably be here about 18 months because just to get merit.
So is it also, you're saying it's chasing the coin, is it also work ethics too?
So, well, I would love to say it is, but we don't get them here long enough. But it almost has to be a yes to. The answer almost has to be yes.
And I do think in that, Mayor, I guess I'll ask you to chime in because you go to other states. I just do think in that laborer type workforce, there's way more jobs than there are people. So if I'm chasing 25 cents, I can go on Fulton Industrial Boulevard right now and go get 25 cents. If I can drive a forklift, I got an sundry amount of places I can work in Douglasville and Douglas County. And so, you know, why would I, you know, like Greg said, okay, benefits, okay, great, whatever. And if and they don't care. And then if I can be guaranteed 10, 15 hours of overtime a week. Yeah, it literally boils down to that. And I say this more so to, as we talk about what services we provide, I think this is gonna be a long-term challenge as long as that industry and that workforce is limited to us. I think it's just gonna be a constant turnover in this area and constant in parks. From a maintenance area, I think we'll be dealing with a situation like police. Just like it's hard to recruit patrol, I think this is where we are now.
So basically, the trend is you're looking at about, you're down 25% of your workforce on a consistent basis. Based on, you said you had 60 positions, you now
About
got
60.
14 vacant, which is a little more than 23%.
Yeah, that's sort of a kind of constant up and down. Yeah, it never gets better than 10%.
I'm sorry.
Do you see this problem that we're talking about leading to outsourcing?
I think it could, it actually already has. That's why we have the front load contracted out. Because if you remember the conversation, with front load garbage trucks, we're paying our drivers about 35, maybe upwards of $40,000 a year. That same guy and all of those guys that I have doing those jobs now that can drive those commercial trucks, they've been here 15, 20 years. These are people that we brought into these very lower entry levels. We whetted their appetite for working local government, and there's a lot to be said about that. Everybody cannot come and do this because we're really 24/7. We really are. No matter how you slice it, somebody's got to be here 7 days a week, almost the entire 24 hours of the day. I mean, we have people that start at 5:30 in the morning, and those people in that little crowd, they leave at 11, 12 o'clock at night. So there's only about a 5-hour window that we don't have somebody here 24/7. But those drivers that we're paying about $35,000 to $40,000 a year, if they jump over to the private company, they're paying them the same $40,000 a year, but they're getting $15,000 a year overtime. So they're making $55,000 a year. And we're not talking about union. If you talk about union like Republic, those are garbage truck drivers that you need coming out of Walmart. The garbage truck driver, he's making $80,000 a year. And I'm not belittling what he does, but all he does is drive that truck.
And so the one thing I guess I would say is when you list those examples, we're not trying to chase to compete with them. We're just telling you, the matter of fact of the business that we're in and municipal sanitation services, we can't. There's never going to be an opportunity for us based on what we yield and what we make to compete with those companies like that. So to answer Councilman Watts, your question, it could, if we can't keep up with the services that we have and the services have to be provided to our citizens, we may be coming to you to say, look, the situation with our staffing is not getting any better. We have to look at consulting services in some way to help support what we can't get in the labor.
So then what do we do with the $7 million maintenance?
I think you'll collect that. I think that there's a way that we can make it work because really this is funded positions. You got the money. You just can't get the people.
So my question, what do you do with the facility we just built? We outsource?
I don't think it's the facility and the people.
Well, I mean, that question only comes up if you talk about contracting everything. Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's good enough.
Yeah.
But sure.
Go ahead, Mark. You had a follow-up.
Right, but I just I want to ask this question. What about going to, and you all know me, I'm not for automated everything. But what about going to another automated truck with a higher priced driver, with no entry-level collector for recycling?
So those are the people we lost this week. We thought we had them coming in. They never even came. They accepted the job on the phone, then they said, I'm not coming. So we kind of went through those two, But that has been my strategy of going to the automated truck, was to try and get, and you've heard me say before, the top 5 deadliest jobs in the United States and Canada is the garbage worker, and it's that guy on the road on the back of that truck. It literally is the top 5 every year for the last several years. You think it's one thing, but garbage guys are in that.
And the thing you have to yield with a driver in today's standard, think about how many people are on the road making deliveries. You have a CDL, you're in high demand. So coming here, to drive a garbage truck may not be as good as going and driving a bulk truck for X grocery store or whoever. I got my CDL, so I'm in demand.
My best success is hiring at entry level,
Yeah.
pushing this person through, male or female, and saying, Marcia, you can do it. You can do this. We'll get you that CDL. We get her that CDL. She gets up in there and she's riding high. Well, no, they stay. If I can get them to that process, but it's getting them in the door. We work a pretty rigorous schedule. Sometimes our days are 10, 12 hours. A lot of people in certain age groups don't want to do that. They just don't want to, they want to work like 3 days a week. And we got a lot of employees that have been successful at working 3 days a week.
Yeah.
So what is the probation period, Greg? Probation period, higher probation period.
We can't get them to the
Yeah.
6 months, we can't get them to 6
Yeah,
months.
they fire us before they ever get through this.
Kind of to piggyback on what Councilman Adams just said about possibly looking at maybe another automated truck for that. And maybe this is stupid, and maybe I'm way out of line, but are we not in a position that we could pay someone what they're worth? I mean, honestly, I would not get out of bed for 12.50 an hour to go pick up trash. Are these people not worth $13 an hour or $14 an hour? Our citizens need them. I mean, it would be paying someone $14 an hour, and starting wage for one person is less than $3,000 a year.
I don't think it's a money thing. We can, because we've tried the money. We've tried enticing them with more money. I don't. I think it's the type of work. I think it's the availability for me to go work for Amazon
Right.
versus coming to work for Douglasville or going to work for PepsiCo or any of those other places that do similar type of work that require the same type of skill. And then when you start getting into that, the hourly rate, we typically are close to being the same. It goes back to the overtime. We can't guarantee the overtime.
You made mention, Marcia, of the drivers. I would suggest that all of these new Amazon, FedEx, all of these independent carriers now that have gotten on the bandwagon of delivering to the home, where we do a majority of our shopping online, and you're seeing it now. You see herds of Amazon trucks leaving and coming out Highway 92 every morning. Because of the class and the weight capacity of those vehicles, those people are not even required to have a city license. So that's another problem here. I don't know what Amazon started with, but they have a clean driving record. I know it's rigorous work in somewhat, just pretty heavy things they deliver.
It's probably
But it's basically in the dry, on your own, not having someone look over your shoulder all day, and probably getting a lot of overtime.
Yeah.
They're out there 7 days a week. That's something that's probably compounded our problem also.
And I can tell you, talking to, and talking to Breezy, Chelsea, correct me if I'm wrong, those companies are struggling too. They're struggling to get people. So I think it's an availability of the staff, just our employees in general. So, it mainly, again, to mention this to you all, that this is a problem. It feeds into other issues. So I definitely don't think we're at a point where we're gonna say we're recommending to outsource everything, but to help augment services, just like we've done with Front Load, we may be coming to you at some point to say, hey, look, this aspect just to help us out, we may need to contract this out because it's not, we can't get the drivers.
I don't want to belabor this, but are our standards for coming to work, and I don't want to classify, I want to make sure no one thinks I'm trying to belittle the position, as Greg said. Are our standards to begin work in the city of Douglasville as a refuse collector too high?
Standards
too high.
You back to background?
Yes.
Well, think we've been loosening that just a little bit. And so I can't fully answer that, but that's something that Ms. Hampton and I have talked about, because I did feel like that was kind of kicking us. But I think we've tried to,
We have, I mean, I've even said to HR, look, you know, let us look at it unless they kill somebody. I mean,
That's my point.
just to be honest, just to let us see. And I think that they have been giving us all of those that are not, you know, felonies so that Greg can weed through them. But again,
We're not talking about a certified police officer who got in a car.
right,
Okay, and we're not talking about someone who's going into someone's house,
right.
at least not allowed to go into someone's house on the job. But my point being, are we being too strict?
They are still representing the city.
They are. They are.
they are, but I will tell you, and two people can shoot the leg. Thank you, Chelsea. But some of our best employees have been a couple of guys that never possessed a driver's license in their life. And somehow they got to work every day. Y'all remember John Robertson? Was a skinny little a guy that used to live on the north side. He lived all over the north side. That guy was all over some garbage, and he didn't ask you at 5 o'clock, we fixed to leave. He stayed till we were done. But I don't really know that we have a generation of people like that available to us at this point. But we've had 3 people before without driver's license that were just hanging on that garbage truck, and they worked like it was the last thing they were ever going to do.
And they got to work every day.
Every day they got there, they walked, they got a ride. I went and picked them up before 15, 20 years ago. And, but we just, you know, I'm just saying, there's a lot of things we've had before. Can't tell you that we want to go back to anything like that, but,
So we're doing our part.
What is the, you know, some divisions or departments, sometimes the morale might be, what is the morale for the sanitation department?
that would be hard to kind of answer. For me to sort of take a gander at that, you're always going to have people that are fire starters. They're usually people who do not bring much to the table.
Right.
They don't really bring anything to the table as far as what we do every day, but they can just by comments, just keep things stirred up in a negative kind of way. It's literally impossible to keep people separated from that. You just have to kind of know who those folks are. And we have them all throughout the city, and in wherever you work, wherever you work and have ever worked, they're at church. They're at church. Why do people say that? Well, I don't know, go ask the preacher.
Let's
You know?
answer the question, what is the morale? I mean, what are we doing to make them feel like they belong?
I mean, you
They
know,
weren't
I haven't
ready for
gone since
Thursday.
COVID, but I think that when I would do the visits to the department, the last one I did was when we opened up the facility. I felt like the morale was
Right.
pretty good. Again, I haven't gone down as of recent. I've got some, I didn't even share with Greg, probably all of the thank you emails that I got from the cash-in of the public health leave were mainly from his department.
That's great.
So I definitely don't think a morale thing is why we are where we are, because you can't get them through the door to even test them around. I think that, you know, you do have some people who create some waves, but to be quite honest with you, when you look at that top level of worker in Greg's department probably has some of the longest tenured employees in the city,
That's good to hear.
much more than probably the police department, honestly.
The core of my people, they get there and get it done every day. In fact, as we move to recycling, the reason we were able to keep a lot of the other operations going is because of the maintenance employees. Now, if you want to talk to somebody that might not be happy sometimes, it's a maintenance guy who thought he was coming in to do his job. Now he's doing Mr. Adams' job. He doesn't have any problem with Mr. Adams. He just don't understand why Mr. Adams isn't here. And so, or she. And so,
And I'll say that just to add to Greg, and that, to me, that's indicative of, you know, this type of work. You get a lot of people who call in sick. I mean, it's just is. If I were to contact the maintenance department at the parks, it's going to be the same thing. They're what I consider the earners and the burners. And Greg and Travis themselves are beholden to the fact that they are short-staffed. So a lot of that absenteeism they have to deal with, because ultimately you gotta pick up the trash. So just because a guy, because Tia's always telling me, well, you know, Greg has so many people, you know, calling out sick. I'm like, well, it doesn't really matter. There's a lot of absenteeism that he has to put up with just to get the services done.
Right.
So, and that happens, again, it happens at this level of work. I don't know why, but it's just very, very typical. And if I were to call another city, they would say the exact same thing.
And then, of course, with COVID going on, it just adds to it.
Correct. Yeah. So, but I do think that, you know, he has some of the longest tenured staff people. The majority of everybody in Greg's department, with the exception of probably people he's hired within the last 5 years, they're people who started even with me or not shortly thereafter. So they've been there almost 20 years.
At least like 8+ years.
Yeah, many of them I know. And they don't have any problem calling me if there's a problem. So, yeah.
That's what you tell them.
Yeah, we have good people. I wouldn't want to lead you down and make you think we don't. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we've not been able to do some of the things we do, because one of the things we went into the budget with was to be able to do some things at various and sundry times, but because of social distancing and the way we've kept everybody sort of separated, we've not been able to do that. Now, we are planning to hopefully have a food truck over there in April, that we can kind of schedule the guys to come through and just raid this food truck and eat. So we're going to try to do some things like that this year, more so than what we were able to do. I think all of us in this room, even, we were all just we stayed in shock till the fall over the pandemic, because it didn't seem like there was one professional anywhere that really knew what the information was. And I think we all have figured out how to live and work. So shifting to recycling, and so as you know, we suspended it back in March. It has affected even Ms. Hampton and Ms. Dickinson. They listened in on a Republic Services podcast a few weeks ago. And Republic is one of the largest in the land, on the continent. They're huge. And there's a lot of moving parts with the recycling, and none of it's really great. So we hope to have it back. We've not made that a public message, but we hope to have it back at the end of April. At the time we suspended it, it was the right decision, and I questioned my own self in recommending it at the time. But as the weeks went on and we realized that so many people were home and they were producing yard waste and solid waste beyond belief. And so because we're able to dispose of yard waste along with solid waste, that extra garbage, we were running 3 K-booms on Sundays. K-booms, that truck, the knuckle boom. So they were able to, whatever the garbage was that the citizens just sat out, they were just able to clamp it up and drop it in. But that meant the entire department was in on this, maintenance, the street maintenance side. So with recycling, we hope to get it started back this spring, middle of spring, if we can get our manpower up. Now, typically, recycling over time has been that Mondays and Thursdays were the heaviest days. So we had to have 3 people on a truck on Mondays and Thursdays, and on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, typically we could get by with 1 helper. Then it was really busy before the pandemic, and say throughout 18 and 19, on Mondays, we had to have a garbage truck run a half a day on Mondays and Thursdays. And a lot of that has to do with the distance all the way out to the tributary. So it does take up manpower. When you think in terms of a rear load garbage truck, that's now, we've got a proposal of like $165,000. So when you amortize that over, say, a 10-year period, and your 2 workers, you know, we're paying somewhere on an annualized basis, probably upwards of $125,000, $150,000 a year to run a truck. That does not count the cost of disposing of the materials. That's just the operation of the vehicle, fuel, maintenance, and the cost of the truck and the employees. So while we have said before, we don't charge the citizens extra, it's not a free service even to the city. We're paying to operate the equipment. Yes, sir.
It's probably maybe this question would have been more appropriate in the last part of the discussion, but it still affects here in terms of difficulty in finding refuse collectors. Are they rated 1A? I mean, is it possible that that could be, if they're not, that could be a factor of why you're not getting
What's going on?
for a COVID vaccine? Are they considered frontline workers? Are they considered essential? Could that be a factor for some people not wanting?
I don't think they've been rated that high as far as like police and healthcare.
I think they may be where we
That's
are.
not, and there's nothing that we can do about that. That was from your-
I know, but I'm just wondering, I know we can't do it, I'm just wondering if
Good
that's,
question, though, Jay.
if it's a factor of why some people don't want to do it, because it.
But this is not a new problem either, I don't think. I don't think it's just because of COVID. I think COVID just exacerbated it.
Yeah. And you know, when we came out of 19, I had mentioned to you that we were going to have to deal with recycling. Suspension was not part of that. So when we roll it back, a lot of the things that those of us in this room that are citizens of Douglasville, the things that we have, we're still going to want this, and we're still going to want that. Well, it's not that we want it, but we'll accept it. But there are, we're only taking plastics, what, 1 through?
1 and 2. Everything
Only
else is-
1 and 2.
Whoa.
So this is not a 1 and 2. Well, it is. It says it is. Most of the time it's not. That may not be.
I can't predict.
We're not doing that.
Y'all figure that out.
Yes.
That's the next.
How do you know? It's got a number on it.
Yeah,
Typically, it
there's a
has a
triangle.
number.
Got it.
Yeah, there's a triangle and the numbers
Got
are
it.
up here.
Wasn't sure there was.
That says 6 on the top, and of course the paper is.
Yeah.
But they don't want the lid. And so what'll happen is, when the truck backs up in that room and dumps the load, they make a visual inspection, and depending on what they determine the percentage is of non-compliant material, they consider that entire load solid waste, and they just throw it away as solid waste. So even though we picked it up as recycling at our respective citizens' home, it's going to the landfill from their transfer station, and which we have no control of. So I know it's going to be a testy several months going back to it. Testy, I mean, like, we know we're going to get contaminated materials, and probably there's going to be a lot of loads that's going to go to the landfill. And so that could delay our startup just a little bit, because what we have planned to do is to have some, and social distancing style, but utilizing communities with strong HOA, like military, like Chapel Hills, and some other areas, having some events to where the HOA helps us get the message of we're only taking 1s and 2s and these type of papers and cardboards. So it's going to really reduce what we pick up. So I don't think if we could get everybody on board pretty quick, that Monday long route and having to have 2 trucks run, that probably doesn't happen again for a while. But I think we're going to have to deal with a lot of contamination. And that's just part of the process, getting it back in play. But that's our goal. And over the next weeks, we'll be updating you as to not only where we'll try to do some of these promotional ideas, but also getting it back into operation. Yes, sir.
So Greg, cut to the chase. How much a ton are we going to have to pay to get rid of our recycling?
As of right today, $65 a ton.
Okay, so 800 tons is $65 a ton, plus all of these operating costs is what
Yeah.
recycling costs us, the city, every year, and we do not get paid for that.
Well,
That's not a part of the sanitation.
it's not a broken down charge, but I feel like our charges per month are comparable to cover those. I think we're in good shape.
But I'll pause on that. We are in good shape today, but we don't know what will transpire with recycling in the future. So as your citizens, talk to you all about recycling, I still think the message to say is that the rate that you're being charged, recycling cost is included in that. That is a total cost. There is no quote unquote extra charge. This is what it is. But if the costs escalate at some point where you make a decision, you don't want to or you can't afford it, that's where you are based on whatever happens with recycling.
And it's just, Martian, what I've heard is that many local governments are suspending recycling
done,
because the commodities market is gone.
Oh, it's shot.
Yeah,
It's gone.
It's non-existent.
And so it's basically become an added expense that's primarily, it's not normally been passed on to the customer.
right. So I would say to you all, moving forward with the tentative date that Greg has, if the desire is to restart recycling, understand you're probably gonna be one of the few communities that do. Yeah.
And if we have another issue, we may have to suspend it for a week or two, and there would be like an instant decision. But as Ms. Mara mentioned about the commodity aspect and the value of this, it's cheaper to make this from a raw material than it is to take this and put it back into a recycled material. This is turned into carpet, but it's a slow process. The mayor asked about glass. Now, I'm no expert on anything, and definitely not even glass. But years ago, I worked for about 15 minutes for Norfolk Southern Railway. And I used to work at the Owing, Illinois Glass Company as part of my railroad duties. And I remember one day I was very young, and I remember asking the guy there, I'm like, what are all these piles for? And he said, man, that is part of the process of glass. He said, it cost 10 times more, 40 years ago, I guess, 10 times more to make glass recycled back into glass than it did to just make raw material. Because everything that makes glass has to be separated back to sand and back to those materials, and it's an extremely costly. They have to divide it into colors and what it's made of. So if you were to go to a glass manufacturer, you'd see piles. I'm talking about little pyramids everywhere. There'd be green piles and brown piles. Every color of glass, there would be a pile of it. And those have to go through a crushing process. It has to go through multiple melting processes. So for glass, at the end of the day, glass is sand. And it will tear your moving parts up. We did glass back in the 90s, didn't we? We sure did, back when I can remember their trucks. But that's when we started with those little open tops.
Yeah.
And the city would take glass back then. And I remember their cost just went, their proposed cost, and I think it was just given up at some point. But glass is costly. You would literally have to have a separate truck for glass, and it would be high maintenance because you're talking about sand that's getting broken there, and you're talking about metal equipment moving back and forth. It wears cylinders and your iron, it wears it out, and you'd constantly have maintenance issues. Yes, ma'am?
When we go, if and when we go back to recycling, is it the same refuge collectors that we are so short of having such a hard time finding that are going to have to be sorting out through all the recycling and spending?
That's what we would need to know.
No, we're not going to be sorting. We don't sort. We dump.
But it is the same collector that.
It is the same collector.
But I'm saying, because I know that we're going to have residents who are going to be throwing in their number 3 plastic with their number 7 plastic, or whatever it may be. And so at that point, I mean, like someone, I would assume, has to check it to make sure that it can go, or it just gets dumped or something.
Pratt Industries, when it gets dumped.
Right, right. And I mean, really, we're only taking,
1
like,
to 2.
yeah, 1s and 2s. So then probably those harder water bottles that you see in the gas station, they're not taking those. And if I could imagine, it's probably water bottles, and soda bottles are the main thing that you see. I'm a little curious, is yours 1 or 2 over there? How about Diet Coke right there? Because, I mean, we see.
Yeah, that's a 2, I believe.
I'm tired.
We see so many of these, so like, why can we not just start some kind of city campaign to stop using these?
Well, I think the question on the
So,
table.
I know, it sounds like a whole other rabbit hole and a whole other, like conversation that people don't want to have, but this is a problem.
Yeah, so let
For our refuge
And that
collectors.
minimize the recycling. We have to pay for
So
it.
let me recap for you exactly what this means. Because again, I'm trying to do my job here, keep you on track. Basically, what you're doing right now is you're subsidizing with no revenue about, at a minimum, $200,000 a year.
I calculated it 307,000.
Okay, so, well, my
Could be.
math's way off.
That's
So,
just me.
all right, so I was using 1 truck, 800 tons. So you're anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000 a year, you're subsidizing for this with no revenue stream to support it.
Right.
And that really is the purpose of this policy issue before you. It's a huge financial burden, and again, and understand, you're not by yourselves. You're not by, this is happening all over the world when it comes to especially what's happened with the commodities market.
So the ask is two things. So do you want to look to try to start recycling? Greg has proposed a date, knowing all the things that we presented to you. And that would include what Nicole just mentioned, which is an education program, because we have, I think we just have to do it. So there's the education component of it. There is the start of it, knowing what the costs are, and also knowing that depending upon the change in the environment, whatever the situation is, workload, staffing, we may have to suspend it. So that is really the ask. Where do we go with recycling?
Well, I think it would be incumbent upon us to try it again. And the reason is we had told the citizens for now well over a year, it's coming back, it's coming back, it's coming back. We've got to make arrangements. It's just my opinion. And my daughter she's on me like bird on June bug. When are we going to get recycling back? And
When
so.
are we going to be recycled? Because so much of what we have can't even go in there. So I
Okay.
don't know.
True. So what we do then is we hope we'll have reduced tonnage because we only going to accept ones and twos. Please help us to do that. The unfortunate thing is if that load goes to the recycling center and there's other than 1 and 2 in it, they're going to send it off to the dump anyway. So now we've wasted our $300,000 a year if we can't educate the citizens to help us
But I
in
think,
the effort.
I think part of that education also should include options for citizens as to where they can take their own items that aren't ones and twos. I get that question all the time, you know, I still want to recycle glass, I know the city doesn't take it. Where can I take it?
I'll
So
tell you.
if that becomes, I'm just using glass as an example, but if that is a part of the education program to help train people, you know, okay, here are your options, we'll take the 1s and 2s, here's where you can take the 4s and 5s, or whatever.
I don't know that we have an answer for that.
Yeah.
And that was,
Okay,
because see, I'm running.
there may not be.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Howard, because like out where I live in the big city of Bishop Gordon, we have single stream recycling, but there are certain things they don't take. And we have no options because there is not a commodity acceptor that will take them.
Yeah, Paulding is only taking cardboard, that's it.
Nothing else is recycled.
Yeah, and then they've changed back and forth, because I went to take some stuff over there, and it was like 2 weeks ago, we will only take cardboard, that's it.
Well, and another part of the education program should be, you know, we cannot guarantee that this is gonna continue indefinitely.
Well,
You
and
know, we may have to discontinue this in a year.
But we have tried.
But we're going to try it because it's important to at least make the effort.
And so that's
So
the
that
what,
people are warned, this may be going away again, and then it's,
and that's the question that I have for you all. You all willing to start something that you may have to stop, knowing that they're gonna
We
call
promised
you
it.
again?
We
Yes.
said we would. I think we
Okay.
should.
Greg, how many more cities doing recycling? We the only one?
I wouldn't say we're the only one. I just know that they're all in the same predicament regardless of what they're doing.
They've ceased, I can tell you on the listserv, I had a listserv question come out, when it just recently, Chelsea, on recycling, and nobody responded back. that
Could
they're
I
doing
make a
recycling.
suggestion that we put a time date on it? Let's try this for 90 days. Let's try this for April through June and then reevaluate. And if it's not,
I do think 2 months is too short of a time.
okay, 6 months.
Yeah.
6 months or a year.
But as I whispered to Ms. Hampton a couple of minutes ago, what I'm really hearing from you, and it started with Ms. Nicole Miller, we really need to push, reduce, and reuse.
Yes.
Education.
And that goes back to, and maybe we, at some point in time in a year, entertain charging them an extra fee. If you really gotta have it, we're gonna charge extra. Yeah, Mr. Davis says they'll pay it, and many will, but some will say, no, I couldn't get my container.
Yeah,
2 or $3.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
And then we have a decision to make, do we even have enough of it to continue? But we have tried
Every time we get,
Yeah,
a revised method for
they
6
don't
months.
want it.
tried every different way
That's
to
right.
think of.
But I would also.
But I'll get with Ms. Weeks and communications, and we have some things we've already worked on, it's been put together, we're kind of waiting for some more discussion. We got to push, reduce, and reuse.
So just some residential updates, we do serve about 9,200 households. Employees residential, we have 21, 4 grapple trucks, 3 automated trucks, 4 river trucks, 8 of the small ones, and then our 4 pickup trucks. The new rate structure that was approved, senior citizens is $10 a month, 65 gallon went up to $19.50, 90 gallon, $22.50. They have the option of 2 containers, which a lot of residents have one to now, $26.90, or 2 90s for $29. And this is just our average tonnage for the past 3 years.
Now, that's 9,200 households, not citizens.
Correct. Commercial, we have 3 employees, we currently have 4 roll-off trucks. Give me how many containers we have, we're down to compact units and boxes of 13, the new rates for the roll-offs.
Oh, Melissa, they can't hear you.
Oh,
Got to use your
sorry.
outside.
The new roll-off rate, everything went up by 15%, and then there's the new front load rates.
And I think, and I just whispered to Greg, we'll be coming back to you all on renewing this agreement for longer term than we currently have. So you'll see that, because as you see with the manpower, we don't have any other option but to continue.
And with the commercial rates, those will go up 15% every year. For on residential, it'll go up 15% every 3 years. This is our list of how many roll-off customers we have. Currently have about 48 per month. And then front load service customers is about 598.
That's a lot of phone calls and emails.
Yes, it is.
Marshall, and I'm sorry, which agreement was it? The
Commercial.
Front load commercial.
So I think rather than go through, I mean, I guess we can hit the highlights on some of this stuff. So you know, this is not, I'd asked Greg and Melissa to include this presentation. We're not gonna run through all of it because I know the police are here. But just to show you that, you know, again, this is not this is a world issue. This is not just us.
And it's my understanding that China has completely stopped taking recycling. So there are companies in the United States that are trying to ramp up their recycling, but and actually they just slide that explains that.
Yeah, and what I was in a presentation recently on, I guess it was the one you and I were on, Melissa, that they talked about that there's some companies throughout the United States that are now trying to build facilities that can house recycling and trash, but that was probably,
Yeah, that's right.
And so you're looking at, I think, did they say 5 years out?
Yep.
Before this infrastructure would even be in place? So China continues to refuse our recycling. I mean, it's only gonna compound the issue. So that's why I was suggesting, when you think about what you're paying for recycling, you don't necessarily know what's gonna happen in the economy. So, you know, it may be something that you do have to charge for.
And these companies will only take clean recycling. So the pizza box, they're not gonna take that. That's gonna be trash.
Right.
It has to be clean cardboard, clean recycling.
And that's really what we're talking about going forward too.
Yeah.
And what I will tell you is Pratt is where we take it to. We did have another resource on Fulton Industrial, but they quoted us $65 to $95 a ton. And I'm like, well, which is it, 65 or 95? Well, it's whatever the rate is on that week. So we're sticking with Pratt, but Pratt does take the recyclables that their customers bring them. And, you know, now they own the old box board company. So the papers and the, I believe that's right. I think they own the old Austell box board. And they have converted some of their energy to using recyclable materials like papers and cardboards, it's not even 5%. So it saves them on their energy bills, but it's not even more than 5% of their energy, but they're able to do it. And they're looking at ways, as Ms. Hampton said, to try and even increase that. But then that's going to be dependent upon, then they've got to have a stream coming in. So hopefully over time, those things become more and more positive.
And you can see on this slide, so far, 10% nationwide has completely canceled their recycling programs.
And you see the amount that have raised their rates. So I know, so the one thing, so again, you know, I just wanted to mention those things to you all. We'll go ahead and try to push forward the effort in the spring. But I will ask Greg to come if the employment situation is such that we can't, we'll be coming to you all on that also.
Are we going to push the education piece and the involvement of the public to understand 1 through 6 as far as plastics and what will and won't be accepted, and if not accepted, then this is what we face? I mean, we're gonna have to give them some limits if we can.
We may not do the what we would face part.
I'm just talking about from a
But we'll get those public information pieces out, which really is important to do events like maybe we do one here, we do it at Tributary, we do it at, and I've talked to some of the HOA folks that I have communication with to accommodate us on that, and they want to do it too.
So I did put education as a key component of what y'all gotta look at. So, if we can take a quick 5-minute break so we can, do a little environmental stretch, and then the police department, health and safety will be up next.
Yeah.
All right, thank y'all.
Actually, got a bunch of things. You got to slow down.
Long time no see. Where's Paul, man? As usual, nothing to worry about.
You want to hear Rick Howard?
Oh, man. Same here. Same here. Probably bad. I can't. I just feel like I can help myself. I'm like a magnet. Like a magnet. I got I'm telling you, I'm at that point in my life. If I get up, it's a good day. It is a good
It's probably restricted, which is password. Because I have which and so once I start, and now this aspiration will be which could get affected, which, you know, all things it might not be that. But it sounds like she's just one situation away from it. So there are limits. So that means unless they're doing. Well, the nutrition, it's a day or two. So if you're able to still do it, but I don't know, maybe she's not. Yeah, you said that yesterday. Yeah. What's the point of doing it at this point? Even if you see something.
Yeah.
Oh, tell Denise I'm sorry.
Hey, Mark.
That is never easy.
I'm good.
Especially when you It's really frustrating. And I know with my dad, it's like, I can't even make these. But tell, I mean, hopefully, my sister. Especially.
Anthony's not, but they really want to
Okay, so much to all of us, where we can see. So see, if Denise can set up something, that will help both of them, especially Chelsea. That meant the world to me.
Yes.
Sharon, Margaret, Sonia, Sharon.
Yes.
Yeah, so the chief speaks up, he's good, so just as long as the respondent speaks loud.
First of all, I'm not listed at all.
The people
But
online.
then, I thought this was supposed to be mandatory. If that's the case, then I thought active membership is active minutes. And I mean, I'm not even listed. And here's what. And up here, all is as active members. They're saying, they're sharing. I'm sorry.
Well,
Hell, I can't even listen. I guess I'm just, you know?
Well, and one of the things I thought about, and I don't even know if this is possible, as many of these consultants that work for us, you know, is it a way that we can have one of them, I don't know.
I'm not an associate member, I'm not an affiliate member. I'm not anything. But seriously,
Yeah.
I don't understand how they define, how the association defines class.
Well, that needs to be cleaned up because that's not, because remember, it needs to be on the list. That was one of the things Sean Boatwright brought up when we got here. That needs to be on the integrated, that's it. She's now with, she wasn't board for.
I'm gonna take my name off since
Yeah, and alternate, I can't think of his name, he was the other. She should be on. Alternate, what is his last name? No, you're fine. I want to get into you last
Marshall, we've got an item, membership development, so I'm gonna put membership development and membership classification.
Yes.
Yeah, categories.
Angela's with Monticello.
Okay, cool.
And alternate is with Sylvester. AUTRONK.
Oh, yeah, we've done some work for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
And I said, not Kenny Smith, Mayor Kenny Howard, he asked about it.
So, but Kenny Howard from
He asked,
Okay, okay. I got it. I'll take care of it, Mark. And I'll
All right,
probably.
that was, yes, so those are on my list, I'm trying to make certain I don't have anybody else.
Okay, I'll just copy you on the email to him today.
Yeah, those were it.
Got it. Take care of it.
Yes, sir.
All right, are we ready? Ding, 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 ding.
Whole time.
Right, try to speak loud, got a loud voice. So I'm not yelling at you. Keeping the mask on, all right, so.
Yeah.
So, welcome you all out to your police department. Glad you all having a meeting here. So we'll start off talking about the COVID-19 updates. That number has gone up, maybe 1 or 2. But we have had some of our officers to get vaccinated. We try to encourage them to get vaccinated, and we can't make them, but that may be something that you all may want to talk about. What type of incentive that we may get them to get vaccinated, or that's what, you all talk about that. But we'd like to get most of as vaccinated as we can. Your social worker, we just threw that in there because we had mentioned that. We're trying to get the police out of all these situations where a police officer really not needed. You know, we got a lady that always walk up Highway 92, greeting people coming into the city. You know, we get calls over there, there's not a police incident. You know, it's a mental issue, and we have the homeless people that's walking around in different areas on Highway 92 and all over. Well, I called for a police department in Indiana. There's a very few police departments, some of them are going this way. And they are hiring social workers to come in to handle those type of issues. But I understand that Douglas County has a social worker department, is my understanding. If we can get them out of the office and get them over the street, you know, then we could take this out. But if not, you know, that's what we need. And they follow up with these people. They try to get them to areas where help that they need in the community. And it's not from a police perspective. So that's what we're looking at in that area. Crime suppression unit, we tried to start the crime suppression unit when the SRO department within the police department was resolved, and the school began their own police department. So we're going to start this unit. We still have it on our chart. As soon as we get enough people, we down to about 90 officers. So we got that. Got to be put on hold. But once we get back up, we'll start this suppression unit to make sure that areas where patrol are receiving calls, these guys will be more proactive in policing the city of Douglasville. Flock camera, we have flock cameras implemented, employed throughout the city. You all passed one this morning coming on this campus. So we have 10 throughout the city. We have 2 more we got to put up, but we're gonna put those on a state highway. So we got to go through the state. State don't want the man signs of paperwork and all this kind of thing. So that process prolonged itself. What we're gonna do is just put it on another city street somewhere. Now that system, we probably, I don't have the exact number, but we have arrested people wanted for murder, stolen cars, people wanted, or just running by these cameras, and there's updating and letting us know that somebody just came through that. Now, you asked the question, these cameras hold this information for 30 days. 31st day, everything is dropped. So we got to, if we looking for somebody, we gotta know that's in that 30-day window. So nobody's grabbing this information, it drops. Hiring, I just left, we got a young man over there now that we're trying to hire, but we've been trying to do things like billboards. We've been doing recruitment. Since the pandemic been here, we haven't been able to go to some of the college. Our best recruiting is coming from people who want to be police, and they calling us. So we have a young man there. He's working at a prison, the state prison system, and he want to join the elite to be a police officer. But anyway, we have about 6, I think, that's in the process of being hired or waiting to go to the academy. So it's just a long process that we're going through, and that's not just us, that's industry-wide. This, well, we could have said it's still unrest here, but we said bye. It'll be, but that's what it is. Anyway, we have purchased 60 pieces of equipment, gas masks, knee shields, breastplates, helmets, sticks. We got everything we need to outfit 60 officers in case we have some type of unrest. The 2nd of next month, we're going to be having a guy come here from Kennesaw, and he's going to start talking about giving us information about movements and things of that nature. And then further, he's just going to be talking to, we started this information sharing here in Douglasville, where we asked all the sheriffs and police chiefs west of Atlanta to come. Now, they don't come, they always send somebody. But anyway, he's gonna come and talk to other sheriff's officers or police departments in our area on the importance of deploying this equipment and being ready. My thing with them is that if we have a situation, or any other city have a situation, it would take the state several hours to get together to come here and deploy. But if we, each city and each county, get this equipment, we can come together very quickly. And if we come together, we can probably fit up maybe 100, 150 guys, be able to take care of the situations in Douglasville, Carrollton, Paulding County, so we just gearing them together so we can talk more and understand and know what equipment each police department has. So we can make a situation where, I say this word, fight more efficient and effective. It won't cost us a whole lot of money, because we know what they should have what. We just, okay. Community outreach. We had to slow down some of our community programs since the pandemic. But Tuesday, February the 9th, we will have a virtual town hall meeting, and we'll be talking about use of force, end of the year report, what the internal affairs does. Now, the chief just handed everybody the end of the year report. So if you want to know more about the end of the year report, listen at the virtual town hall meeting. I tell you, when you look through there, our numbers not going to be like they were last year because of the pandemic. Now, we had to start talking about tickets. Don't do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't do that. That's get you something like Ferguson.
Yeah.
But we moving, and the guys are working. So we try to keep our guys safe. We stop some of the programs of bringing people to jail. We've been getting them citations, so they can keep moving on instead of bringing them into the jail. And a lot of times the county will not accept prisoners anyway. So we've been giving out tickets and letting them go, when everything get back to normal, from normalcy, pick these people up, bring them in for justice. The Day of Unity. I thought about doing this Day of Unity because there's so much strife going on in the country, so I felt like we could be that beacon of light to show how unified we are. And we're gonna ask some of the other police departments to come, sheriff's departments, but we just wanted to get together and show some unity. So we're gonna be doing this out in the front. We'll be social distancing, much to the same as we did the law enforcement, justice, and accountability. So we're gonna do that, and then we have our spring thing come up, but I gotta talk to the city manager about that. So it's not in the slide, it's not in the slide. But it's going, we don't want to do it. Capital items for this year coming up. We want to build this vehicle care expansion because we have the bear kit. We need to keep that bear kit out of the weather. Plus our command post. Command post is a big vehicle that right now we build a little shed over it. But it is something that we put in, and I think we're looking at some splash money to try to get this done. This is something we would like to get done. Okay. This simulator. We've had 2 shootings in the last few months. Actually, 3 shootings. We have a simulator, but it's dated. It's just like all technology, you have to update the technology. But this system right here is a multi-complex system where an officer will be standing forward, but he got other panels of views that he must negotiate because it's like it has like three faces to it. Just like there may be when they're on the street. So we start running our guys back through these systems, the one that we have, just to get them to be more aware of their surroundings. Let them know they have time. They don't have to be so quick. But these 3 shootings are, thank God nobody was killed. But I think this is what we need to make sure that our people are going through some training that's more realistic. And then it shows that our department and our city is on the cutting edge of giving our people the best possible training to have them to be fit to fight. A lot of departments, they don't have no fat system like we got over here. We stepping up the game right here because the game needs to be stepped up.
These next slides are going to be videos off of this company's actual website, and it will show you where officers actually go through when they're in these training simulators.
Patrol 23, copy suspicious subjects at 5441 East Pavilions Drive, Cineplex Movie Theaters.
Get out now.
140, we're on scene. We got shots fired inside the theater. We got people running out right now. 1 subject down.
Where's he at? Where's he at?
Where's he at? What's he look like?
There!
He's pointing over here.
Please, don't let him kill me!
Let her go.
you right.
Please help me, please. He's been shot.
We got help on the way. Just stay right there. Keep talking to him. Shots fired inside Theater 2. Got multiple people running out.
My name's Mitch with the police department. Can I get you to step away from that bridge for me?
It's too late for me.
George 11, also need additional units. I want someone down below this bridge. Give me a blanket, give me a tarp, give me something in case he decides to drop this baby.
It's not too late. I care for you and I want to hear what's going on.
Do you really think you can help me?
Just keep talking to him, keep talking to him.
I can help you.
Okay, you really seem like you can. Okay, but can I trust you?
Just keep him talking.
Yeah. Can you step away from the bridge, come to the other side of the truck?
Just keep talking to him, just keep talking to him.
I'm gonna get down.
Put her down on the ground.
George 11, the subject is down on the ground. Let's go ahead and have a arrest team move in and take him into custody.
Officer, please help. They just went in with guns. They're after George. You've got to do something. You've got to go help them.
Where's he at? That's fired. That's fired.
Active shooter.
All right, one crawling out left.
Please don't kill me. You don't know how good.
All right, there's no subject in the room. On with the gun. One suspect down.
I got your right side, I got your right side. I got one on the right, by the bathroom.
Screens and it has several different types of scenarios. So this is what we're looking at in that realm. Next, we talked about the tasers and, like technology again, our tasers are being phased out. So this is the new taser that Taser has, and they have cornered this technology. So the ones we have now are being phased out. There's no replacement certification plan. So this thing will include the hardware, the taser batteries, everything. It's just like so this is what we got to do with our taser. We got, let me look at my thing. Next, officers. So we have 95 officers, so it's like $660 per officer. Now we tase, you look at that end of the year report, we tase, I think, about 12 people. But it don't say how many people we said, if you don't get your hand down, we're gonna tase your ass. Just clear to the fuck, that's what it is. And our officers, and they're like, oh, okay. So, we gotta get this system, we gotta stay up with the technology.
Chief, can I ask a question at this point? How do you outdate a taser? I mean, it's a taser. What's the difference in what you would spend $63,000 a year for and what you have now? I don't know anything about a taser. I've never been. I've never been stupid enough to say, yeah, taser.
Some of those.
Was that price for the entire department or per officer? Okay.
Yeah, that.
I was like,
This plan would provide 95 tasers, the hardware, the software, everything needed for a 5-year period for $63,000 a year.
thank you for clarifying.
They're not gonna be making the parts and all for the ones we've got, so if we break one, we're not gonna be able to get it fixed.
See, now we break one, replace one, they ship it right to us. What we doing now, once we break one or something about the place, we done.
And if we don't go with this program, if we buy them individually, it's gonna cost a lot more.
You have a
And-
compatibility issue then, don't you?
Exactly.
And this is like a lease program. So, you know, it's not only us, it's what it is for the system. So we got the docking station, batteries, cartridge, wear and tear. And that taser's real good about shipping them to us. You know, a guy running in the woods behind somebody, drop his taser or whatever. You know, we call them up and ship it to them. But see, I don't know what ours are, but we may have like taser 5. You know, so you all still on the council? Probably about 4 or 5 years? You'll be seeing taser 8. It's just technology. Okay. And I know you said, well, why can't they do it with technology? I don't know, they changed something in there. They changed the plan on it. They changed some of the way they do it. So,
How many years has it been since where are we now? What item number are we on taser now? 5, 3, 1, 5? And how long have we had?
4 or 5.
Okay.
Y'all jump in now, whatever y'all want to, man. Y'all in, my throat did a little.
Chief, you said that that's a lease program? Did you say that's a lease program? So at the end of the 5 years, then we would just kind of be starting over from scratch, kind of like with this same?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Same phone, yes. Forensic cell phone, we got to have this. Right now, we can break, especially our drug dealers, gang bangers. We get their phone, we can go into their phone and we can retrieve information. You know, we just like the burglary up here in Gate. You know, we get these guys, we get a suspect, we can figure out what cell tower that phone has been used. Was it that guy's phone used in this area? And you know, we could sort of pinpoint these guys. Plus we could pull from a gang standpoint, you know, they like to take pictures and put everything on there. You know, so we can pull that up. Right now, that Lieutenant Garner is the only one that can do that for us. You know, so with this system will allow, we can plant and all these guys get on that system and work it out. Just to tell you know, a few weeks ago, we had this gang over there at the mall. This man comes up from Fairmont, Georgia, because somebody told him, go to Fairmont. Go to Douglasville because the mall in Douglasville is safe. He bring his wife and son and some more kids because his son's birthday to Douglasville to buy him a present. But they buy his son a necklace. So the son sitting there at the food court, so they'll come to the gangbangers, and they get to talking, get jacking, and took his necklace. He go tell his dad and his mother, so they see him. They're like, hey, give us some necklace back. These guys called gang. Maybe about 15 guys, girls too, bomb rushing. Got to fighting, you know, the dad pulled out a box cutter. And he cut maybe one of them. But we was able to start such a social media, start getting names. We pull them in, we get their phones, download their phones, and we've arrested maybe what, 11? We got 11 of them, and we ain't done. So Madam Mayor, when they mamas start calling y'all, talking about my baby didn't do this, my baby didn't do that, won't even talk to them. They go right over here in the courthouse, they'll have their justice. I'm guaranteeing some of them gonna call.
Every week.
Yeah, so, but, you know, that's just something, and it just helped our investigation division. More than you all will ever know. You know, all right, now the K9. You know, K9 don't work as long as mankind. K9 only worked about 10 years, he done. I've been working about 30 hours. I've been working all my life. He got to be retired 10 years. Got $1,300 a dog. We get these dogs from Europe. That's part of the training that's put in there. Then we got one dog that we have to replace. So each patrol division has a dog. That's 4 dogs. And then we have a dog on the other side. So we have to replace Fino. Get those dogs.
We're not having the same issue with dogs as we are with sanitation, right? They're not turning us down or anything like
No,
that.
they, but I will tell you though, we had to get rid of one dog because, hey, every time the dog had to let him go, his hand run away. So we had to tell them, we're gonna get rid of the hammer.
It was a part-time dog.
Working
too hard.
I've been waiting. You know, it was like, where is that? The dog just said, chief, he ran away again. Get rid of the dog hammer. We got a problem with the dog hammer, that dog. But we had to ship him back to Europe and they get us some monies to help replace that dog. But it's a great tool.
Y'all, I know y'all probably seen your canines work, but we brought, Chief was gracious enough to bring the canines in for the senior team retreat in December. And it was absolutely amazing to watch those dogs and those handlers work. And just the increased level of crime suppression just because of those animals, it was amazing to watch. Absolutely amazing to watch.
You know, we found people, dementia, walked away. That dog, you know, drugs. So we found that dog was very valuable tool.
Chief, before you leave the dogs there, now that the police department and sheriff's department's not in the school system like we once were, one of the things I remember as a teacher is y'all would always come out, do a demonstration for the kids, which I think is part of educating their kids as to what law enforcement does. So with that being said, will y'all be doing that anymore if a school requested it, or how will that work now that y'all aren't in the schools like you once were?
Yeah, we would do it if they call us. Right now, they have to call us up before we just run over there and get it done. But now we have to wait on the chief or captain to give us a call, and but we can still do that.
The pandemic has affected it also.
Sure.
Hello.
Ballistic entry shields. About need for the patrol division. The last shooting we had, you know, thank God the guy didn't have a weapon, but when we have to go in and arrest someone, these are small shields, just a few feet, about 3 or 4 feet, that the guy can get in there and they can get the train behind them. They can enter into a house and keep safe. But basically, it's just safety. It's a safety call. That guy was shot over there. He was warning the guys wasn't gonna go get him. You know, he's gonna beat up people and had one son, so they said, well, we gotta go get him and know he's in there. And so the lieutenant came and We got two shields, so now we want to outfit each shield with 2 shields. The lieutenant and the sergeant gonna have a shield, and, so each team have their own shield. So when they went in the house, the guy, he ducked and ran, and they maneuvered in there, and, he jumped from, he was in the bathtub, and moved the shower curtain back, presented his hand. They shot him in the hand. So we'll see what GB got. They shot him in the hand, and there's a black object there. Our guys ain't paid to try to figure out if it's a gun or not. You can't wait. You know, they're telling you. So, you know, that's one we gotta, you know, we'll be dealing with that one. But, if you come out here at night, that what it look like. It's dark. You know, we don't have LEDs out here in the parking lot. You know, so it makes it hard for our camera system to pick up, you know, what's going on in the parking lot. If we have something in the parking lot. That's just something we asked for, last year. So we're throwing back in now, so.
Just one LED light?
Oh, no, we did the whole one. No, we just, now these out here, I think it's good.
These are later models by far.
Yeah,
so I think that-
you just did those. I'm just talking about over here. That's 10 years, 11 years. Yeah.
It's $57,000 for a light.
The entire parking lot.
The entire parking
Jeez,
lot.
The entire parking.
Ooh,
Yeah.
really?
Right over there, look at it.
You can't do them lights like I got at my house with the solar was.
Oh.
At nighttime, at daytime and at night, it just light up.
I wish we could. I ain't gonna work out there. And you have people out here walking, walking at night. You have people, exchanging their kids. You have people meeting out there in the parking lot to, we found something on, eBay.
Yeah.
So they're doing all this kind of thing out there. You know, so if something happens, first thing they're gonna come and say, hey, I know y'all got it on camera. You're like, ooh, it's pretty dark out there now.
Okay. Makes sense.
So we got, y'all look at this cover here. It's good cover. Y'all just put some new ones in there. It had 10-year wear and tear. But we do the youth in-house in here. So we're just looking at trying to upgrade, keep the police department looking good. We had some people from another agency looking to build a police department, so they bought our police department. They're like, no, this department here. I said, no, we've been here 11 years. Because we keep it looking nice. So, just think about it. Oh, my chair leaning right now. Sometimes I walk, I be leaning. So my chair said like, so just think about it. Just come through and see. Walk through and see. And then, make a decision. Just outside, just let you know that this may be coming. There are 13 rooftop units. $11,000 for compression, so the thing's been up there since the building. But it was just letting you know slide right here. That's all it is, just to let you know. Because some of them now went out and they had to go back into the make an adjustment, budget adjustment. So that's just to let you know. And we got the whole bunch of reports that the whole PD, this calls for a company to come out, scan all that stuff, and give it away from here, and they hold it. But in that old PD, it's a whole lot of reports that we can't get rid of right now. It's a mandate to hold them a certain amount of time. this thermal image camera. You know, when we get some out of bush bun, we stop them, they bush bun and run in the woods trying to get away. This thing would help our officer, if they go and looking for this guy, and plus with the K9, they can, thermal image the area. So it picks up by heat. So, and that's the safety issue in this thing. Plus, you know, we go into, people run away, we don't find, you know, we had several elderly people that run away and with whatever disease they have. And with us building more of these type of apartments that's coming in here, we might have more of this. So it's just another tool to help us locate suspect that run in the woods, dog going in the woods with the dog hound. They can feel their way through it. This thing can help them. So we have to go over. This PH4D 3D mapping. This helps us with our, mainly our traffic. You know, these accidents we have. The latest technology to accurately map crime scenes, accident scenes for evidence, courtroom testimony, the position of recording, allow investigators, prosecutors, and jury members to revisit the scene in 3D, take the pictures and place and put them all in proper perspective to what has happened. You know, we have another, what's the yeah, the Pharaoh system. Okay, but this right here, we can place this up on the drone, and all these accidents we have in the drone, we go up there and take a picture. And it takes out a lot of time for the reconstruction of the scene. So we can clear the road, and officers don't have to be out there in the road, standing trying to take measurements, and all this kind of thing to reconstruct a crime scene that maybe happened on the street or accident scene. This is another one to let you know. This cabinet right here, evidence drying cabinet. So it's used to dry wet evidence, blood, contaminated items. So we had it since we've been here. So it's, you know, right now it's working pretty good, but this is another one that just letting you know. Because our crime scene, if you all live have evidence base down there, we do a lot of good work down there at evidence base. You know, we got some good people down there, we got the equipment, and they can do a lot of things at evidence base. So we cut this down a whole lot. A whole lot. So when they brought it to me, it was a two of them. I said, no, they ain't gonna work. So tell me these our detective captain, our motor guy, he does some everything, so he can talk to you all if you have questions about it. But we're trying to get 13 patrol vehicles and 2 detectives, and we gotta get 3 motors. So we try to reschedule these, especially the patrol vehicles, 100,000 miles. These guys out there chasing folks. Now we gotta change policy. We just don't chase anybody because you say we gotta chase. We don't do that now. And while we're there, I can tell you that we just received our state certification for this year. We're a state certified agency. But when you're a state certified agency, that goes to let you all know that we're in compliance with a whole lot of state rules and regulations. State policy. Now, a lot of police departments, they're not state certified. So when we come talking about 100,000 miles, they change rate vehicles, well, you just can't change anything. You gotta do something proper and in order. Now, If they done commit an armed robbery to hurt somebody, we'll take it to the tire run off. Because I'm gonna tell you, if you don't do it, they'll come out here and steal you away. And there are some agencies that won't let you change, but we have certain things we'll change it for, because we don't want that to be known to the criminal element that go to Douglasville, this happened, they ain't gonna do that, dog. You gonna change to the tire come on. It's funny, but one of them little guys that we arrested in Douglas, for the game, they done posted up, man, we done messed up in Douglasville. Damn sure have. That's what we want.
I'll allow you to get some water, Chief, while, I'm allow you to get some water while I say this. I'm getting disturbed a little bit the past, maybe 3 weeks or so, reading in the paper. It seemed like every day in the paper, well, every time the paper came out, it was something about crime, but 90%, if not 95%, they were not from Douglasville, Douglas County. But the good thing, when I was talking with my husband, he says, but the police department, they get them. You know, so every time, even if it's something old, like that one red herring where they said they would, it was something at the high school a couple of years ago, and then you all, you know, went all the way to Kentucky or Michigan or something.
We went up to Detroit.
Detroit, Michigan. So,
See?
so I guess they're trying us, but they're gonna eventually see, you know, if you come to Douglasville, Douglas County, even if it takes, no matter how long it takes, you're gonna get them. And I guess it's just the nature of America now that's becoming more violent.
Our philosophy is we're gonna hunt you down, we coming at you. We're gonna hunt you to, that's what you're talking about. You all may remember, some people call in and say they had a active shooter at the high school. So they watch it. So we all go to high school, we get over there, we're like, oh man, wait a minute, this is a supper group. Then they go rob the jewelry store. But it took us a while, thanks to the detective division, found out, wait a minute, these guys, we found out where they bought the hammer to break the jewelry case, found out where they stayed, we tracked them all the way up the Interstate 75 until they turned the phone off. That phone, checked them up 75, they turned the phone off. They had that phone and let us know that he drove it down to the truck. So we put it all together, and then the FBI came in and said, look, we know who these guys are. So we just put one on them. Welcome, come on back to that. Anyway, this is what we're talking about in vehicle. Y'all have any questions, Tony, right there? Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I want y'all to bear in mind too, like this year, you know, we got our budget cut way back. I mean, it just happened. It's what we deal with. And we understand that. But I put an order in for 5 patrol Tahoes and 1 detective Tahoe. I got told 2 days ago my order got canceled. GM canceled my order.
Wow.
So we're only getting 1 Tahoe right now. Now, we've reached out to other states to see if there's, or other dealers in other states. I've called everybody that would deal with these in Georgia. Nobody has any. So I know $1 million is a lot of money. I wouldn't sit here and tell you that it's not. But where we're at as a city now in our police department, I think we need to plan to spend every year that we can close to $1 million on cost to keep us up where we need to be so we don't fall too far behind. If we were on our replacement schedule this year, we would, what we didn't get last year plus what we need this year, we would be at about 42 vehicles, 41 vehicles. But of course, some of those we can push and slide and roll into backups, different things. But keeping that 15 to 20 vehicles every year, I know it's a lot of money. I know it sounds like a lot of cars, but they keep us up. We've got 2 right now that's got some damage to them, engine problems, so those 2 probably need to roll out. But we're going to have to fix them because we didn't get cars this year. And to make sure we have enough to stay on the road with what we need.
So, and that's just a little tip that, normally you don't get your order canceled. This goes back to COVID. It's just an odd year. But that's always a possibility.
So, Demi, how many did we have ordered?
This year, we had 6 ordered.
And you're only
Only gonna get one. They, for whatever reason, they let the admin one go through, the detective one. And they cut my 5.
This is GM, this is the
GM code, yeah, this is not anything to do with us, the dealer, this was straight coming from GM.
Is that due to COVID? Because I know everything else that's been ordered, I ordered a refrigerator that was supposed to take about 2 weeks and it took 8 months.
Yeah, it's all, they say they can't get the parts to build the orders that
It's
they got.
supply chain, labor.
So this 13 doesn't reflect the 5 you didn't get, or it does?
No, that doesn't reflect the 5 we did.
So the 5 is already, we already funded that.
Yeah, we funded it and then they got it. So hopefully I can come up with them from another, we may have to drive to Alabama, Florida, whatever to get them, but if I can get them at a comparable cost, we'll try.
This goes back to that estimated 20 that I told y'all yesterday. And so, as I said, if we can possibly add more vehicles to, or add more capital back in the budget, it allows us to be able to do this within the fiscal year if we can, or at least close to it, where we were. But you see that 17, so that goes on that average.
So what are we doing for detective vehicles? Describe the detective vehicles.
I'm sorry.
What are we doing for detective vehicles? What are we buying for detective vehicles?
The Tahoe, it's the same vehicle, it's just, it's got, instead of having a rubber format and, no console, it's got carpet in it, it's got cloth seats in it, and it's got the factory console versus a police radio console.
If they come on the road, can they become detective vehicles?
No, that is two totally different, the way they're set up, they're just two totally different vehicles. We gotta keep the rubber mats and stuff, and like now, when we build the patrol Tahoes, we put pans in the floors, that's got drains in them, because of the things that happen in the backseat. And so we can take a water hose and wash them out.
The patrol vehicle is a totally different vehicle. The patrol vehicle is a totally different vehicle than.
Yes.
They chase rated, those are chase rated vehicles, they're driven all the time. They're driven for 12 hours. They're driven for 12 hours for 3 days when they're on. They may chase somebody, they're running over stuff. And those cars, some of those cars take a beat, but our fleet look good.
What's the difference in cost between the patrol vehicle and the detective vehicle?
For total bill or for just, for the total bill, for a patrol vehicle, you're looking at about 62 to 65,000, just depending on where we fall. I think I did 63.5 for this upcoming year. The admin Tahoe's gonna run about 42. There's quite a bit of, you're looking at about 23,000 in equipment for a patrol vehicle. That's new radio, new camera. And that's one thing we've learned the hard way. Pulling radios and cameras and stuff out of vehicles and switching them, after 4 or 5 years.
You can't upgrade.
Yeah, it just,
One vehicle together.
yeah, it just doesn't work well.
So
Then you got the cage and all that.
And yeah, the cage, the console, and we run into that with consoles this year waiting when we were trying to order parts, is they changed the body style a little bit in 2021 and, or 2020, and the consoles wouldn't mount. So they had to redesign the console to get the console going. I mean, they're all in cahoots together. I mean, they're gonna tweak the body style. Dodge did that with Chargers. I mean, they shaved like 1.5 inches, 2 inches off the roof in 2015, I think. None of our cages would fit anymore that we had. We were trying to swap cages, we had to buy new cages.
Mark, you have,
Yes.
I was just gonna ask a question about how the Tahoes are holding up in comparison to what we've gotten away from. Did we make a good decision in going that way?
Yes, we have had, the only problem whatsoever that we've had with the Tahoe that I know that's been a consistent problem, there is a relay that's on the firewall. That relay controls 2 batteries. There's an auxiliary battery. This is another thing with the Tahoe. They give you an auxiliary battery and they give you a starting battery. Everything in that Tahoe is run off the auxiliary battery except the vehicle.
Except starting.
Yeah, except starting. So that relay, they had got some bad relays and it was holding open and it was draining the battery down. But that when the one goes bad, we either go to Thornton or Liberty, they get to put a new one in, takes 30 minutes. And it's a whole different setup. It's going good.
All right, any other questions on cars and all, because we're running over here, we need to keep moving. Chief?
Okay, let's go, right, y'all, they said, what, hey, this is our storage, watch guard storage, we're storing both in-car, and the body cam video, at the PD being uploaded to the cloud. Okay, so this is our watch guard camera, everything we got is uploaded to that system now. Officer can't mess with it when it's in their car, so, so we go into, watch guard body camera warranty devices came, with 1 year warranty, so we're adding an additional 2 year warranties to these devices to cover their useful life. Currently, we have 70 body cameras, so everybody on patrol, some of the detectives have, but because what we do, when we have training, detectives work the road. The cut, keep us from going into overtime. If the detective didn't come back and work the road, you're gonna have overtime. So that's what we do to cut down overtime. So body cameras, gotta have those body cameras. Soon will be looking for that. Where the camera at? Radios, we'll talk about these radios.
I can hear. Also, sorry, I don't mean to put you off, Karen. Councilman Adams yesterday had a question about the radio towers, but the upgrade.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yes. The Apex radio replacement, some of our older Apex radios that we have, they're going out end of life, so I have to start replacing those now. And that's what is $88,000. $88,000, that gets us about, I want to say it's about 40, 45 radios mixed between our portable or handhelds and our mobile car radios. Radio average cost is about $4,200 per radio. But they last a long time. So, we get a good 8 to 10 years out of them. So it's, so that's our radio replacement. We'll start doing this coming fiscal year, and over the next several fiscal years, we'll just start the replacement process. Next, our Factory Shoals, second tower site that we built. This will be our last lease payment of about $225,000. It has done well, and the coverage has been great. I haven't heard any complaints. I've heard this all. The coverage has been good with that, and the county coming onto the system.
So it is successful in giving us expanded coverage out in the Riverside Parkway, Thornton Road area that we were short.
Yes, sir. Yes, doing well.
It's a firewall system. This system right here helps us with the crime scene. Several years ago now, we had a guy that walked into a duplex over in Warren Drive, went in there and shot at the place trying to rob the dope dealer. Well, we happened to have a camera set up, so we had everything outside. But this system right here allowed our investigators, the crime scene people, to go in and measure out everything, blood spatter, everything, and put it right back, put the whole crime scene back together on a piece of paper. So this is what this system does. All right.
Just to clarify on this, we already have the system and we already pay annual maintenance on it. We're going to switch over to a 3-year maintenance plan. We pay almost $7,000 a year, but if we switch to this, it's $15,000 for 3 years, so it just saves us some money.
Flare system, SWAT flare system is something they're gonna put on there. The handguns is just another quick way to make sure these guys making accurate shots. It's a red dot program. They pull it up, throw it out, and they got you. They can shoot both eyes open. Just a quick making sure that they come up on target acquisition and they're making good shots. So that's what this is about. Any questions? So we talk about tickets. Tickets are getting better. Just don't ask that question.
Question, back to the very first item you brought up about social work. Are you requesting a social worker embedded in the department or somebody to coordinate with outside on the county level? Or both?
Well, if we can get the county, if we got somebody in the county to do the work, that they will come out the office and get out in the field and do the work, good. But if we don't, then we can embed one into the police department.
It sounds like a good idea in the sense of having somebody embedded, because at least that would be somebody who, with the social work background, also understands better how you operate.
Yes.
So that it seems like that would be the perfect intermediary.
Just like this girl on 92. You know, people call us, we go out there, everybody knows her name, but that social worker person can get out, try to help that lady get what she needs, we're out of it, get a relationship going with her, and get them on the road to a productive life. Our guys can go deal with crime. The same thing, they can work down in the shopping centers, and they can do all that. One thing, they try to keep their reports separate because we could get towards some HIPAA things. So, but it was going well with the social worker up in Indianapolis Police Department.
Martha, the one thing that I would say that before we go down that road is that you all pay for that service through your county taxes. And as the chief says, if we can get the social worker out. The other is there are wraparound services that come with that social worker at the county that we're not gonna have at the city. What the chief is gonna have is a social worker, all the ancillary, whether it's mental health, whether it's physical health, all of that you will still have to go to the county. So it helps one area, but it doesn't solve the multitude of areas that come in with having to service or help that individual. So the first step would be, how can we build a better relationship with the county from that standpoint, and making certain that there's a direct connection in the police department? Because it won't even be a Band-Aid if you can't tap into all the other things that come with it.
Terry, there's two specific divisions within the Department of Family and Children's Services. One is the Children's Protective Service, the CPS side, and then there's the APS side, which is Adult Protective Services, which would be the ones that would handle the adults, which handle and provide the wraparound services that Mark was talking about. And that is inside of the State Department of Human Services. And so there are, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's been a push to add the number of caseworkers now as well. And then there's also provisions under the Department of Community Health under Commissioner Berry as well.
It sounds like there's like a gray area in between where the services, there's a need that's missing, just that liaison. I mean, it sounds like we need somebody who can work across the aisle like that. You have the services that you're describing, those people aren't really trained for emergency situations necessarily. And you have the police who are not trained in social working. You need somebody who sort of is basically cross-trained to understand and be available in an emergency where they have to be, because you have a situation where they're not going to respond to a 911 call necessarily, I think, versus the police who have to respond. So you've got to have somebody who can bridge that gap, who has that training, but who's available on a moment service in an emergency where you need a situation where basically somebody with some psychological training who can deal with that situation rather than officers who are more trained in a very different aspect.
No, I get it. Being former federal law enforcement agent, I clearly understand that. But my other point is too, is I know, for example, in situations where we had at Valdosta when I was over code enforcement, we had acute situations with elderly people that were in substandard and dilapidated units that were falling down around them. And so we immediately got in touch with APS, and they came in and brought in the family, got that holistic family approach. And basically, I think what the guidance from your manager is, let's have an opportunity to talk to them and see if there's a way to address the problem with the existing resources that are there. And it's just because of my knowledge of and knowledge in state agencies that we work with, and just past experience as well. Those resources are there. And you're right, there seems to be a disconnect. So I think the opportunity is to talk about why the disconnect.
Right. They're not responding.
It's just been our experience. They have not been responding. It's not like they don't understand and don't know. They've been on calls with us. And our situation is immediate, where we have panhandling, we have people accosting folks walking into the stores or whatever. And so rather than call the police department, who can really be doing something else, you know, they're coming out trying to get a homeless person or someone with a mental illness. So if we had a liaison in the police department who worked with social workers in that social work background, they could take those immediate calls and then maybe be the bridge to the person in the county. Because the county folks are gonna sit in that county facility at public health or whatever and work with the people that they sent from the courts. They're not coming outside, walking in the streets and going over to Walmart or Marshall's to stop and talk to someone.
The only thing I would caution you all about it, it's never gonna be one person. You're gonna develop, what you're gonna build is a division, and if that's what you wanna do, great. But that means that within the police department, he is going to build a division that provides for social services to aid in what he needs for public safety. So yes, the social worker is one step, but there comes all sorts of other things with that. So what I say is that if that is the direction that you all wanna go in, we need to investigate what the county is providing so that we can adequately establish the division that helps even from a liaison perspective. Because that individual will have to have contacts and resources to provide for whoever is on the street. And that is not something that's gonna come from public safety. That's gonna be something that comes from those state agencies, the local agencies, and all of those others. And there's a mechanism already built in the community that provides for that. So we would be, in a sense, almost duplicating services and creating our own division to fill the gap that is not there.
From the chief, what are they doing in Indiana or other places where the chief has said that they have a social worker in the police department? Because again, it's not only me, it's people in the community that are always complaining about, you know, I'm trying to go to Home Goods and these people are outside asking me for money. You know.
Is it not a division, chief, that helps to support that?
They developing the division, like the lady up there is like, I need another person. They jumped off just one, we should have jumped off two.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying no.
This is a serious enough issue, that I think we actually have to discuss it. I mean, this is what set off with BLM movement, the whole concept of defunding the police. I hate that term. I mean, you guys understand what that means, but a lot of people don't understand. They think that means just take money out of the police department. When actually what they're saying is doing what the chief is suggesting. So we really need to discuss that, because this has set off massive problems all around the country, because police were not trained to do certain aspects of social work, get put in situations where they shouldn't be put into that.
Correct.
So I think we should be at least discussing it to head off that situation.
And my only suggestion is that he has on his slide a social worker. What you all would need to accomplish what you all have as an issue is actually a division. As what we said in Indiana, they started off with one, but they actually require two. So if we're gonna do it, we need to do it the right way and understand that it's not gonna just be a $40,000 position. That's the only thing I'm suggesting to you all, however you wanna face it. But understand also that you have a mechanism in which to achieve what you have. It may not be working the way that you want it to work, but financially, it would be more feasible to explore that first. And if that does not work for you, then you create your own and understand it's not just gonna be one position.
We need to come together or have a team to look into trying to come up, to work with this county to see if we can have those services provided. Because if there's a new, and this is actually happening in the metro area, a new gentleman with a mental illness, and he gets shot by the police. And the family's like, why in the world did you shoot? He didn't have anything. He's naked and you killed him. So somebody needed to talk or do something. They just walked up on him and shot the guy. So that's something where you need, you know.
I've noted enough interest in this that it clearly needs to be a goal. And I'll get it from before you like.
It may cost some money now, but if lawsuits cost a lot more money.
Well, and I'll say this too, and this will be my cautionary tale as we step into this. As a municipal government, yes, there are all kinds of things that happen community-wide that you all face that to be able to solve. But when the rubber meets the road, what is it that you want to provide to your citizens? That's inclusive of paving roads, picking up trash, providing public safety. If you want to step off and provide social services, which that's what you will be doing, we really need to talk about that from a philosophical perspective, because we will have to have the capacity to do it right. Because now you're talking about intervening in people's lives in a different way from which you currently do now. That's the only thing I would say. And it would take a skill set that is beyond that is on your current staff.
And I think the mayor and I agree with what you're saying, that we utilize the existing resources as best as possible. I don't think either of us are advocating we create a social service department in the city, that's not, but we do need, to what we were discussing with the mayor a moment ago, which is that liaison, that it bridges the missing gap right now.
But to do
whatever
that,
extent
you create the social services division, that's what I'm saying. Because you have to have that level of expertise to be
I think it should be, maybe we should definitely investigate.
So I think I've captured what you want, your direction.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Or maybe I would say maybe it's more training. I mean, at the U.S. Mayor's Association conference, they talk about Texas cases, all of those cases where you walk up on, the police officer walks up on someone, like a little boy in Cleveland, and you just shoot them. And there's a mental illness or something else going on. There's no weapon there. You know, what is going on? And that, I understand you're trying to make it home and all of that, but citizens don't understand that. This whole country is marching over those types of situations. And so we need, it's a comprehensive conversation. It's not just send somebody from, you know, the social services department or the police. It's intertwined. You know, it has to be something, I don't know what the answer is, but it needs to start somewhere. We just can't say, okay, we're not gonna do anything. Keep doing what we've been doing, it's not working.
Well, and to Mary's point, I understand that. Right now, what we're doing is working in Douglasville. We have trained officers, we have a police chief who's making sure they're trained. And when you say social worker in the police department, I think about the calls that I've heard. We've all heard all the stuff going on all over the nation. They're talking about police officers showing up on a scene, a SWAT scene, trying to de-escalate in some places. Those are some of the calls that are out there. We got to be careful. We got to clearly define what we're looking for. And to Marcia's point, you know, we got to be, once we create this, there's no stopping it. If it saves a life, but there's a big difference between social workers showing up on a call with a homeless person may have mental or dependency issues, and a social worker showing up with whether serving a warrant in a domestic situation, and we want to make sure nobody gets shot. Well, you know, some of the people that we're talking about, I mean, we all hear the news reports, but we hear what they tell us, and they're not always exactly the way they're described. You know, so I'm just saying, we want to, I just want to be careful what we're doing.
And we're leaving, when the chief leaves, what are we gonna do?
We better find a good chief
He's
just
doing
like.
it now, he and deputy chief and our staff. So Gwinnett was fine until they got a new police chief. So now we have issue in Gwinnett. So when Chief Sparks, and Sue Ann and everybody leaves, and we get somebody new and they don't have the same, we hope, the same level of excellence and compassion and all of that, we can be like somebody else.
Well, Mayor, I'll reply to that. Let's make sure that whoever we choose, whoever we interview, whoever we hire, has those capabilities rather than hiring under pressure to satisfy any certain group of people within the community. I think that's a pretty easy answer. What I was going to say was, what if we go the route that the chief just mentioned, or that Marcia's mentioned, when we then get involved in that situation from a social justice standpoint, what do we do with that individual any differently than what any state agency is going to allow us to do? And what resources they're going to provide to us that are going to be any different than if the county social worker gets involved? We got a ceiling there that we have we have a mandate, we feel as though we need to provide for it, but we are not the state. What are we gonna do with that individual?
Yeah, they will not provide those services through you. Those services would have to be provided directly to the person they're trying to help. I think this is going to what you're speaking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what, have we really done any different than what I think I'm hearing you all say the county should be doing already?
Right.
Okay, if we duplicate the same thing as Margaret has said, we do that, spend the money for that division, and the same outcome comes about, because we don't know, we can't do any more with them than what the county should already be doing, then I would agree that we need to first do away with it and do everything we can to have the county work with us in that situation before we duplicate a service that goes nowhere anyway.
If I've captured what the mayor and Terry said correctly, and that is to dig in with the county, with the agencies that are here locally. And I think if Terry, the phrase that you use is probably the best way to phrase it, and that is to determine what the resources are versus what the needs are within the police department, and define that gap to see then how it can be resolved with first looking at the resources. Did I kind of captured that right?
And I don't think we're all that far apart.
No, we're not
I
far
think
at
we're kind of
all.
saying the same
No.
thing, just a little differently, is that,
Yeah.
that we need, this needs to be studied.
Needs to
further.
be addressed.
We need to figure out where the issue is, that, how to be successful at resolving the problems that the chief has brought up.
So it's determining the gap in the resources or the delivery of the resources and all that.
I don't think either of us are saying, let's jump in and just start hiring
Yeah,
people.
and we don't want to
No.
duplicate services,
No.
but we want to meet the need, because it is a concern. And I'm getting the emails, I'm getting the requests that we pass on to the chief, where the NAACP wants to pass 5 years of every month, you know, who was arrested, what race was that police officer, what race was that person. They're looking at us, and it's a blessing that we're able to, because of our Stellar Police Department, answer, and we don't have any issues. But again, when we have new chief, is always telling me he like a minute from, he's not ready to leave right now. But we just never know.
But I would say this, there are things you ought to make. When I talked to the lady up there, they did the same thing. Because they were stuck with, wasn't anything being done from the standpoint of the social services in that city. So they went out and got the person that went out into the field. Brought that back to the people, and she was a conduit with what was going on in that city to what the people wasn't not doing in the county or in the parish, or what they call it parish. So that's what their chief is. So if they're not getting it done, you go out, you be the conduit, and she just led the people back to those people. But again, like Marshall, y'all get together, get it. But we can fine tune this thing. You know, I can call the lady, she'll fly down there, she wanna come to Georgia anyway. But, and give you more insight and in-depth, you have a personal knowledge of how they did it. What they're looking at. Now, the last thing I'm gonna say is that I'm always looking for things that's gonna excel us, take us to another level. So we get a lot of gunfire, a lot of it's not just gunfire in the air, but we are looking into this spot, which will alert the police when gunfire is being fired in the city. They put these listeners out in different areas so that when it hit their listening post, it automatically goes to the police department. And the police department, you don't have to wait on 911 or wait on somebody to call. It automatically let them know, hey, gunfire been had in this area. So the officer can quickly respond. So they're looking at it now, they got the data. They're gonna try to do something for a small city like ours. If you take some of the larger cities like Atlanta and East Point, in there, and some other cities, they have it, and put police right there. Real quick, like I say, somebody may go to Mayor Pro Tem's, area and fire a gun. And then you call and say, I heard gunfire. Our guys go over there, because once they get to 911, call, the person's gone. You know, so with this spot spotter, there's no way you can place it. It can get us there a lot more quicker. So that's the last thing we're looking at, just to let you all know that we looking into all types of technology, keep Douglasville on the cutting edge of technology and everything that's going on from the law enforcement world, that we're on top of it.
Any more questions of Chief?
Racing.
Chief, just want to thank Chief and
Absolutely.
his folks.
Thank you, Chief. Good job. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
We're
Chief.
looking at your cars.
I believe we're gonna need to have a working lunch again,
That's right.
what I predicted. So, you wanna take a quick environmental break, grab lunch, and then we have Tia up with us on personnel. Oh, Lord, is that white hair woman.
It's still on YouTube. You just can't see it yourself.
Howard, should I stand in the middle of the room and go, hey, Richard?
I'll be asleep in 2 minutes.
Hey, Marcia.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I figured it was likely. I just wanted to double check.
What's up, Chief? How you doing this morning? Yeah, like I said, it was awesome to have more everything. Just trying to keep him on top. Yes, as soon as I hear
Well, there you go. And I guess I can then claim the vice president because she went to Howard University. Absolutely. Yeah. It was right. It's coming out right after this. So I missed it. I know.
Talking about it. I don't remember, I don't even remember this thing. When you see folks look so sad and have to go, so sad. And I can't remember that. You know, because wait too long. Oh, goodness gracious. I would say Frank Sinatra.
No. I try to think of it.
Chances are.
Yes.
Chances are.
Why would?
Great.
I'm not more Eagles and Steelers guy anyway.
Well, I like that. Eagle, right up my alley. I like that.
Sir, how you doing?
Yeah.
Very different style.
Yeah. That's
Quite
what
a pair.
There's no market.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Whenever I leave here again, in the office, okay, thank you.
Live in Florida for a year. Sarasota. I've never visited yet. Sure. You'll have to drive slow.
No problem.
You'll
They like to drive slow.
You'll have to drive slow. Sarasota is the perfect place.
Oh, I know.
You'll inevitably be behind somebody. We call them those driving cars. All you can see is just.
But you'll also be famous people.
All that God's favorite. We were flying.
You know what?
God's favorite.
No. He was actually the lead faculty on that for the institute. He's over in the environmental division. And he works directly with the solar guy over in College of Engineering. And so probably the best way to deal with it is to give her the recipe to Scott. Because I know for y'all, it's a matter of talking about
Some people ask you the
incentives
question.
and reversing the bag and so on, you know, that kind of thing.
I didn't say
So if
I could just as easily, talking about somebody else.
Were you guys getting?
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Just give me that look that you give.
Having to do, Bill,
Yeah.
ready to make the official announcement on the 15th about me becoming the associate director. I still don't need to have any help yet. So I'm, but I'm not able to take any new assignments. But I will get her the right person that can get her some time. Of course, I've been doing it for 14 years. But no, man, give me a heads up, okay? All right.
Oh, no.
All right. Sam, you ready?
Yes, he's ready.
Tim, we're all yours.
She ready?
Oh,
I'm gonna try to type it in at the same time.
See how it works.
Yeah.
That gives community development. Personnel out there.
It's 11.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
it's 11:30.
In Alabama.
It's 12:30.
In Alabama. We're in Alabama.
Obviously.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. On behalf of the Human Resources Department, we would like to bring forth some priorities that we feel that are necessary for today's meeting. So I will jump right in. Health benefits broker discussion. This slide is here to, one, as a reminder. If you recall, back in the summer, we provided to you several presentations from our current broker, NFP, formerly Shaw Hankins, as well as 2 other providers that were interested in the city of Douglasville. Pretty much tabled that discussion. We were right in the middle of open enrollment, obviously COVID and the different intricacies of that. And so we stated to you all that we would bring this conversation back to the table. So now is that time. We'd like to resume the discussion from 2020 as we look at 2021. So February is here. Around May is when we actually really start having the conversations about our timeline for 2021 and where we want to go. And so this slide here is an update on that, as well as to just kind of re-engage and remind you where we were in discussions with what our current brokers was doing for us and where they were with their training with our new HRIS system, ADP. I can update you and let you know that all necessary training that was required from our broker with ADP has been completed. And it's also just ongoing updated training that they will have to participate in, just like we do when there are changes or anything that comes down as it relates to our benefits module. Next steps would be just to get your feedback, your direction, having a discussion around this topic. So
the question is, do you all want to pursue an RFP for broker services for this upcoming year? Staff has told you last year that there were companies out there that could provide, if not the same level of service, better service. We still stand by that. You all were satisfied with NFP, which was formerly Shaw Hankins, but the services that we get, there are other companies that provide a better level of service. That's just fact that are out there, and more robust services, so they still exist. But if you all are satisfied with NFP and that's where you want to stay, then we won't send out an RFP. We'll continue to move forward.
One of the things, when we talked about this before, was their grasp of the software. Have they gotten there? Have they accomplished that and caught up, I guess, with their competitors?
So they have completed all the required training. They have been assisting us on a level of, customer service level
with our benefits changes, helping our employees as well as being able to go into the back line and look at, any of our EDI feeds. So they're able to access the system just as we can access the system, whereas they couldn't before. And so that they had a timeline of training that they had to implement in order to be quote unquote ADP partner, and to have that relationship established with in writing with their broker. So that all of that's been completed.
Just out of curiosity, the level of service that might be better through other providers, what would be an example of that we're not doing now?
So there are other brokers that provide more, I would say, an extension, an arm of services that are out there that are trending. For instance, one of the brokers has a new retirement arm that can assist our retirees or keep us up to date with retirement trends outside of our DB plan with GMA, because we do have deferred compensation plan with the city as well. So they've added on other services other than just benefits administration. They do have specialized teams as it relates to our carriers and our costs and reconciling those costs. There are just some brokers out there that have, I would say, just more, more services, service delivery than just maybe a smaller, a smaller broker or a smaller employees that are available to us, from HR. So you have some that are big, you have some that are medium, some that are small. And it's just, for us, it's about what all can they provide and carry us over and above our service delivery level, and being competitive with cost too.
It just seems like, that would be a prudent thing to do, just to see what's out there, and if it ends up being an MSP in the end, so be it, but we won't know unless we.
And one of the things I will mention through this process is that it really will come down to, because NFP provides adequate services, it will really come down to if you're interested in receiving those added benefits that Tia mentioned. For instance, the company that probably some of you said that you would have liked to go to, they provide those added benefits. But again, if you're satisfied with the relationship that you have with NFP, I would rather probably not go through the process, because I think if we do that again and go back with NFP, we ruin relationships with companies that we may have in the future. So, because we had a lot of people call back, because it takes a lot to put together a bid, it takes a lot to prepare. So we just would rather know I'm satisfied with NFP and what they provide us, and I'm not looking to receive any of those added services that Tia has mentioned.
How long since we've done this? How long since we've gone out?
Oh, gosh, I've been here since 2015.
We only went out once.
Okay.
We did not quote unquote go out when we got Shaw Hankins. I should say it wasn't necessarily a huge formalized bid process. And we've had Shaw Hankins
since 2014 with the change from GMA on the benefit side over to the broker side. I think that was 2014.
Yeah, 2014. So we're moving up on about 10 years.
How did they be satisfied? You been satisfied with Shaw Hankins?
I mean, I think that overall we've been satisfied. I think our retirees have been satisfied. I just think that as trends change and come about in the benefits administration world, we just have to make sure that we're capitalizing on any additional services that we can have that would benefit us internally and as well as our employees and our retirees. I think if for instance, if we did go out of RFP, I think you would see in that process what all is out there spelled out. I mean, even beyond my knowledge level of what, a benefits broker could provide. Everything from payroll assistance to benefits, to retirement, to invoice reconciliation, to, gosh, it's so many areas that, we could implement in the city that will take us over and above. Having, in addition to having a staff person that would be our first point of contact for our employees, equipping that person just from the industry level with, us being a first point of contact person for us. They're there to assist us. They're not there to come in and take over and replace, what we have. They're there to add on to what we're doing, come in and partner with us, and then adapt around that. So
Yeah, I would say that, you know, for instance, the county has a large, they have MSI, so they have a large broker that helps to augment their staff and some of their services. So there's probably, MSI is probably far beyond what NFB can provide on some levels of what they do. Yeah, they're very more hands-on, they have a more robust system. But as you make a decision on what you want to do with this, I look at it very much so that how you handle your liability insurance. You made the decision that you really are comfortable with Gurman. You may want to look out every 5 to 6 years, but you're comfortable with your relationship with Gurman because of all of the added benefits that sometimes you can't monetize, that relationship that you have. You may feel the same way with the broker system. Your staff is saying, we're saying, we know that we can get better. But you all may decide that's not what you want.
But we all, you know, we're just elected officials, y'all are employees that really take advantage of those benefits. I mean, I can't speak for these other guys. I've got dental and vision in the city, so I can't even speak to, you know, some of the things that y'all are.
Have you done a satisfaction survey with the employees of the city?
You know, we have not. That's great. That's a great
But
point.
I don't even know if a satisfaction survey would help, because what she's referring to are behind the scene things that the employees don't see. This is more or less how the background of your benefits work, so that your average employee won't know the difference between Shaw Hankins, NFP, or anybody else.
And I think to Marcia's point, if that were the case, the satisfaction probably results would drive more to the carriers and the summary plan descriptions that we have, you know, what's all comprised in our plans versus the contact, because we've transitioned over the last 2 years to having someone on site. So you might get some mixed contact.
So if we go out, just because of the number of years that it has been since we have done it, and we come back with the answer that really NFP is providing what we need and basically providing everything that we feel as though we want for our employees, then we have potentially burned some bridges with some of the others, but we can't help it that it may be time for us to go out and look.
No. I would just suggest if you do it and you go with NFP, we stay with them for a while. Because you don't want to keep doing it every year, and then, because you did it last year, you've done it this year, I would say then you commit to saying, okay, at least 3 years, we're going to just stay with NFP, and then maybe look at it the next 3 or 4 years.
Or if y'all were recommending to go out, then I'm totally good with that.
And I will say that some of the other potential brokers have asked the same question that City Manager is posing, you know, or the same statement, when is the last time you've gone out? Or do you plan to go out? So they kind of expected more so on their side of the house. So it wouldn't be a shock to even NFP if we did. I think they know that that's not, you know, if you look at our other, you know, colleagues, they're every 3 to 4 years, you know, been consistent with it. Some not, but I think NFP, the clients that they have and that I'm familiar with, I think that they would expect that we could have done it before now, and that we would do it in the future. So I don't think it would be it's the standard, it's the norm.
So is it the consensus of the elected officials that you directed your staff to go to develop a request for proposal process to go out for health benefits broker? Along with the recommendation from your manager that you look at, if you do pursue this, and I don't know if this was something that would be part of the RFP, to acknowledge it would be for a minimum of 3 years.
Would you put that in there?
I don't know. See, it's been so long since I've done an
I would just
RFP.
say, I wouldn't put that in the directive. I would just say that we would know that if we go with NFP, not to tank the process, we're sticking with them for the next time.
I'll just keep that part of the notes.
Okay.
All right, got it.
Thank you. All right, the next slide is information on how our wellness center is performing, and what our population of employees are getting used to, and the services that they're receiving. So I have a few slides on the wellness center. Just a reminder, we went live May 2020. Our year 1 outlook was to include employees only, just to see how our wellness center would do. It was new for us. We didn't want to rush in. On average, about 217 employees are covered and are covered on our medical plan. So only if you're on the plan are you allowed to visit the wellness center to receive services. The staff, just as a reminder of what care has provided us with, an MD, as well as a nurse practitioner. Also to mention there, operating 4 days a week, closed on Fridays, so there are no services yet on Fridays, just due to our staff and our shift workers and how they work. It made more sense for it to be Monday through Thursday. Just to update you on annual health assessments, biometric screenings, whatever you remember it by. When we started this campaign in the fall, we have serviced 75 employees so far that have received their visits, their information back as it relates to their health and their biometrics. CareView is also collecting information and providing that to us on, as Mayor Brooklyn mentioned, satisfaction. 87 responses so far, that 97% of those that were seen would recommend our center to others. We have implemented COVID testing at our center as well for our essential staff. And we had the conversation with CareView on COVID vaccine. Obviously, that's a hot topic. They are currently on track to provide the vaccine on around spring, early summer. They are not yet ready to offer those and not equipped yet to offer those. So as they go through their authorization of what they can provide to us, they are saying to us that it looks like spring, early summer, where they will have those on site at a wellness center. We have the kits for testing. We just don't have the vaccine yet, but it's coming. Let's see. I think that's just a rundown of the wellness center and opening day. This slide here wanted to show you real numbers of what our population looks like. This screen includes BMI, diastolic blood pressure, just our high target areas. You can see that the red are at-risk numbers, the blue is moderate, and the green is normal. So for the most part, some of our normal areas look good, but as you can see, BMI is our highest risk area. And so we do have some campaigns that are going on right now with CareView, and I'll show you on the next slide what that looks like. But just wanted you all to see this is real information. We've not had this before to bring to you all. So CareView collects this data through their EMR and provides this to us.
So just to remind you all, the reason for the wellness center was to start collecting this data so we can start targeting these areas to drive down our healthcare costs. So I know Tia is going to talk a little bit about that later on what your costs are. So there's also going to be an ask to start moving on some of our other covered members to the wellness center so we can collect that data so we can drive those numbers down. But you can see the highest two are BMI and glucose are the issues out of those individuals who've gone and done the health assessment.
Like a mirror.
BMI, I know.
All right. So the next slide just breaks down what plans of care that CareView has implemented to target some of these areas for our employees and how many employees are taking advantage of these care plans. The Wellness Center does have a healthcare coach as well that's very active in case management. That was something that was included in how our center was set up. Also, before I go into the cases, I wanted to remind you that our Wellness Center is state of the art. What I mean by that, it's not just your typical primary care wellness center. We are providing services for injuries on the job, workers' compensation, risk management. We're also driving all of our pre-hire screens to our wellness center. So the need to use our TPAs, our third-party administrators, occupational med. That's kind of minimizing unless it's after hours or on days that the wellness center doesn't operate. So you're really your one-stop shop. So that's what we wanted to see for our center. My colleagues that have their centers, they just have primary care. So ours is stepped up a little bit, and I don't think that anybody else in the world is actually having all of those services combined in their wellness center. So we just want our employees to be able to have somewhere to get all their needs met. So just wanted to remind you of that. Plans of care. So we have out of the population of 217, cholesterol management, healthy eating management for those employees in parentheses who are on those plans now, diabetes management, pre-diabetes management, weight management, beginner's exercise management, hypertension, and medication therapy. These plans of care, obviously, our employees are taking advantage of those, and we like to see that. So just wanted to present that information to you. If you have any questions about those employees or those case plans and how they work. So they're very hands-on employees. This is another slide here. We have monthly meetings with Care Here, and we talk about the dashboard for the city of Douglasville. What you will see, if I'll drive over to the total appointments, 588. That's how many appointments that the Wellness Center has seen or kept, and there's some no shows in there. You'll see 17, but 571, 588. I mean, that's a lot of appointments. So the Wellness Center is definitely being utilized. There's no prior period data on this slide because obviously this is year one. So year two, you'll be able to see the comparison of how the Wellness Center is doing in terms of utilization. You might see a spike in August, and then it just kind of levels out for third quarter. But again, this red line here is prior year, so we won't have that data yet. So it's kind of up and down. Now it's just ebbs and flows so far. So we are having those updates provided to us by Care Here. 162 unique patients. When it says unique, those are your case plans, and those employees that are high risk that they're tracking this with. As city manager mentioned on costs, so we will be doing a ROI, return on investment cost analysis for you coming up very soon. Care Here is working on that. I mentioned to you all on Monday where our claims were as it relates to our cost of claims and what our loss fund ratio was. It's from last year. So as we move towards Anthem this year, they will still have that same access to be able to work with Anthem to provide how our claims look. Care Here will have a direct contact for that. So they'll stay on target with whatever carrier that we have to be able to feed all that data to us. Currently, right now, for the Wellness Center annual cost is, I think we're at 200,000 just for the center to run. So what we will do is after year one closes out, we will take that cost and look at Cigna and Anthem as well as Care Here and come to the table with an analysis for you all to get down to real numbers. So we're almost at the end of that year one to be able to provide it to you. But the claims history we have, we know where our claims are. They're high right now, but we also know that on the preventive side of the house, what Care Here is able to do for us. And again, no co-pays, preventive maintenance meds, all that's housed on site at the Wellness Center. Any other questions about Care Here? I'll move on to the next topic.
Any questions of Kia on the Wellness Center?
All right. Okay, we'll move forward to the city's compensation and classification for last week. Just wanted to talk to you all about a few things as it relates to pay and classification, a historical overview for you of what we've done over the past 6 years consistently. Is that we've been able to provide annual merit increases to our employees. We do that around February of every year after they've completed the annual performance evaluation for the previous calendar year. On average, our employees are receiving 2% merit increases. That's just on average as a whole. The range is 1 to 3%. Cost of living adjustments. Our philosophy is to look at this every 3 years. The last time we did a cost of living was 2017, I believe, 2017. We did 1.5% COLA on top of our merit, our annual merit increase. And then we look at that based on the consumer price index. And I'll show you that on the next slide as well. As far as reviewing our pay schedule and our salaries, this is, the recommendation is to look at this every 3 years. That is the trend. We've been consistent with that. So just a reminder, we implemented pay study and increases in 2014. I would say 2014/2015, just a little carryover in there. And then 2018, and then now here we are, 2021. So we have some recommendations on the next slide. I just wanted to give you an overview of what the city has done to stay competitive, to make sure that we are looking at this, if not implementing anything, but making sure we're reviewing it periodically based on trends. All right, so again, just reminding you when we implemented studies, and to remind you what our 2018 cost was, which included a more in-depth study than the one in 2014. We actually looked at seniority-based, we looked at tenure, and we looked at the market. So that one was a full, what I call a full-service pay study, very in-depth, and we made a lot of adjustments on that pay study than the one prior to 2014. The Bureau of Labor Statistics presents this information on an annual basis. So right now, what we have to reach is 2020. We don't have 2021's data yet. I'm sure they'll be updating that at some point. But third quarter, as recent as third quarter, this is the data for the CPI. On this graph here, you can see on about February or April, a huge increase in the consumer price index data. It's broken down here as well in the bullet points. You'll see the food index rose and the energy index rose as well. So overall, in totality, this solid line will show you that there has been an increase in the CPI. And this is for the Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Roswell area, which is where we fall as Douglasville West. So this is the category that's closely related to the city of Douglasville and as far as locale. So with this data and our recommendation, it's 2021. Again, last time we implemented anything was 2018. And March 2021 is just a target month for us to begin. Obviously, after this retreat, that's your pleasure. And then I'll show you kind of what that timeline looks like, what a case study timeline looks like. It's about a 5-month process from beginning to end, as far as the work from whoever we select. So it's not that we implement it in 5 months. It's just that's the timeline that it takes to complete the study and gather all the data and present it back to the city of Douglasville. What's in yellow is just kind of some of your main focal points of the case study from after project initiation. Just to come in and take a look at what we're doing. So for instance, should we have a different provider than we had before? Their system will begin with looking at us from scratch, what our philosophy has been, looking at our pay grades, looking at our job description, the whole gamut. So that's month one. About halfway through, they'll start identifying targets that they feel we should adjust if we need to do that. And then we'll also go out for a market survey and look at the market and see where we are. And then wrapping it up in yellow, just developing those recommendations for us to consider. The timeline is very in-depth, it's tedious, this is just high level, but the moment that we begin that, it's about a 5-month process, and we would work, partner with that particular provider from an HR standpoint to make sure that they have all the data that they need on the city of Douglasville side of the house. I think this is my last slide. So just wanted to bring this to you as well. If it's what you all would like for us to look into, if there's a time frame that you'd like for us to look into it, if you have anything else to add to that, I just wanted you all to see what happens in that process. The timeline now, 2021, is kind of where we would begin, if it's your pleasure, and then we will bring back information to you all once the entire process is over, and city manager and finance director will decide on how we will implement that when the budget's done. I think the last time we did it 6 months.
So my recommendation would be, this is not programmed in your budget, but due to all the vacancies that you currently have, there is sufficient funding in your personnel line item where you can pull money to cover the cost of a study, because as Tia mentioned, this is not a full compensation study. This will more align be an update. We're not looking at things such as longevity. All of those things have been cleared up. As we know, what you really will be looking at is to make certain that as the consumer price index has changed and things have moved, trending toward economic increases, to make certain we're on par with where we need to be, and that includes our pay scale. So what you will see, if it's your pleasure, is to have a cost of a pay study included in the upcoming budget amendment that Ms. Callen will do. We will be preparing this pay study to be included in your FY '22 budget that would commence possibly January, February of that calendar of 2022, as you've done in years past. So you really would be funding about 5-6 months of it if you were to implement it. I seriously doubt that you will even come close to 813,000. That was inclusive of a significant amount of adjustments due to employees who have been here long-term. I think most of your adjustments probably will be on your lower level employees.
And those adjustments were also because people were under or not at the minimum of the pay grade.
Yeah.
So that's why that cost was, we had to bring everybody.
You won't have anyone below the minimum of the pay scale. We made those adjustments as part of that 813,000. You won't have situations where people are paid out of class. All of that was cleaned up in the 2018 cost study. This will really be keeping up to where you should be, so that as things change, we mentioned yesterday about minimum wage, this will make certain that you're keeping up in case minimum wage is put in place, that you're not far behind. I wouldn't even personally, I hate to guess, but I wouldn't even think it would be half of that. I don't think so. I don't even think it'd be half of the 813.
What is the cost of the study itself roughly?
The cost of study itself, well, the last period that we had, it was 30,000.
Is that reflected in there? Or is
Yes.
that just the payroll?
No, I'm sorry, that's just the payroll adjustments. The fee for the carrier that we selected was like 31,000 and some odd change.
Are we balancing our budget with reserves?
Correct. Okay, if you all are fine with that, we'll commence that study. And again, what you find in the study doesn't mean you have to implement it. But it does give you information on where you are as far as the labor market and pay. And as best you can keep up, it will serve you well down the road. Because if not, you'll be facing not probably 813 in the future, but maybe something far beyond that by getting behind.
Marcia, wouldn't it be our intent to make sure that we have the money available? It'd be our intent to catch up as we do the study. There's no reason to do the study if we don't have the money to make things right when we do the study.
That's correct. And that is the reason to do it now, so that it's included in your budget process.
So it is a consensus to proceed and initiate this process for a pay study. I haven't got this.
And that is all we have with personnel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tia.
You were lunch now, right? It says lunch now.
That's our second one.
I thought that
was the first one. This is the second one.
And y'all, I have to brag on Tia. She continues to be our primary human resource subject matter expert in teaching municipal elected officials. And on March 29th or 30th, I can't remember what the correct date is. She's gonna be in front of all of the newly elected municipal officials. Will be live streaming that from the headquarters of the Georgia Municipal Association. So she also served as our state president of the Georgia Local Government Personnel Association, so we're mighty proud to see her. So,
Good job, Ted. Good job.
All right, Mr. Mayor, this is the last staff presentation. We're gonna challenge community development to get done in 30 minutes.
We're gonna challenge Patrice to get done in 30 minutes. All right.
I don't think she can do it.
She's gonna try.
I think she can.
All right. Okay, Mark, is that ready to go? All right, we're ready. All right, thank you all for the opportunity to present. This is one of my favorite slides. I'm going to retire it because some of you have seen it multiple times. So I apologize if this is the fifth time you've seen it. But I like to say at the end of 2019, Douglasville, we were on a roll. And so rolling over to 2020, very busy, and we continue to be that way. So again, this is not just about community development, but I would say this is for the city in general. Of course, we all know about COVID. We had the moratorium that was removed or lifted, I would say 30 days, about 30 days sooner than we had anticipated. We were going to June and it was lifted in May. During the time of the moratorium, we were still working with the public, providing them insight, trying to help with applications because we knew we were going to get several once it was lifted. So things definitely picked up immediately. During that time, we were still doing our pre-application meetings, which are every second and fourth Thursday at 8:30. We typically have two applicants. They may have a team of 4 to 5 people. If we're slow, we might meet for 7 minutes, Ms. Littlefield. If we have 2 applicants, we might meet for 107 minutes. So we can go rather lengthy during these meetings because we're providing initial comments, and sometimes they really do take it to their full advantage in asking as many questions as possible. At these meetings, we have, of course, zoning kind of spearheads, initiates the meeting, along with the building official, Ms. Littlefield's there, legal, our partners, the water authority is there as well, along with public health, Mr. Roberts attend those meetings as well. So we just generally have a pretty good crowd. With zoning, Brian Anderson, our zoning administrator, he's here unexpectedly. He was supposed to be off today, but he's here. Maya's here, our planner 1. And the one thing about our department is I'm kind of senior, which is weird because I've only been here 8 years this January. Mr. Mettler, he's been with us the longest. Jimmy Hitchcock, April, unbelievable. She's like right after me, 7 years, and everybody else has been here like a couple of weeks to a couple of years. So our department, as far as seniority goes, is kind of young. But here are numbers from 2019 to 2020 in comparison. Of course, there increased with the annexations. We've had several discussions about that. With the fee schedule, that $0 would have been $3,500 because remember, we went up $700 to $700 for annexations. So you'll see next year the numbers will probably look a little different. While there were some decreases in, of course, outdoor events, overall we saw an increase in zoning in comparison 2019 to 2020. Planning, I'm just gonna let April go over her slides. She is the new planning manager. She was promoted. When Michelle came to me saying she was gonna retire, I was somewhat relieved because I thought we had somebody in the department that could do it. So here's April.
I think that was her game plan the entire time for the last 7 years, was to get me into this role. I'm very grateful to her. She was very instrumental in paving the way for a lot of your projects and plans. So just really quickly, we have a couple of plans that obviously have been adopted in 2020 and have been transmitted to ARC. So as Patrice said, y'all are on a roll planning wise. The pandemic happened and it didn't skip a beat, just had one go in. So these are going to be your active projects. You have the Riverside Bridge project. All of these are contractual based, so you are moving forward with all of them. That's in construction right now. That'll begin hopefully once we receive a bid recommendation from AECOM. So you'll be hearing about that next week. We
have the ARC housing study that's in progress, wrapping up in May of this year with recommendations, and we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. The ADA transition plan, you're in phase 1. This is a contract plan with AECom. So you are just right now in the phase 1 of the project, wrapping up in May of 2021 as well. So we'll hopefully be able to start phase 2 shortly after. The Highway 5 Transportation and Land Use Study, that bid just went out. We'll be receiving hopefully a lot of bids, a lot of good quality bids on the 15th of February. It's going to be the bid wrap up date. We've received a lot of questions. People are very interested in the project. And I can talk further about that project as well. The Dallas Highway LCI corridor improvements as well. We are moving forward with the project. As you know, you were awarded for the full project. Right now, we are just in the preliminary engineering phase of the project at $250 with a $50,000 match from the city and $200,000 awarded.
April, quick question. What are we doing under the ADA transition plan for the $175,000?
Sure. So it's broken up into phases. So the first phase is just going to be looking at your policies and looking at how you would handle a situation in which someone would come in and provide a complaint as it relates to ADA and how we handle that in our parks, in your facilities, on your pedestrian infrastructure, that sort of thing. Phase 2 and 3, well, phase 2 is going to be looking at the actual, doing an inventory of what you have. Do you have issues on your sidewalks and where you're going to have a potential litigation issue? Or are you going to have an area where there's an opportunity for you to be a little bit more ADA compliant? And then finally, it'll be your transition plan. That's a fully fledged plan. It'll be phased out, project cost, and of course, AECom is doing this for us. Well, we are paying them, but they are doing it for us, and they are going to be implementing and looking at all the other different plans in play to ensure it all kind of ebbs and flows and prioritizes that way. So your possible projects, these are pretty much, ideas that we've all had. They're all in plans. They've all been a part of your ultimate goal as you move forward with each fiscal year. So we talked about an additional housing study. That's an option for you as well, with building upon what the ARC is providing us and taking that a step further. An LCI update, we have a significant amount of work that has happened in your LCI study area. So there is an opportunity, it's coming up very shortly, and you'll hear about it again next week, for us to put in for some funding for some LCI to offset that $65,000 cost. But it wasn't your last budget amendment, so it is something that we hope to move forward on, just to provide an update for that specific LCI area, which of course encompasses your entire downtown and other arteries. You have your downtown bicycle and pedestrian plan. I just pulled the number for the top 10 recommendations. As you can tell, it's a hefty number. It's about $6 million in its total budget cost. And that would be us looking at probably trying to get some LCI funding. They will have LCI call for projects later on this year. We've been told fall, so I'll keep you updated on that. But it is something that if it is in your purview, and if it is a project that you want to prioritize, we need to know about that. The ADA Phase 2 transition plan, I did speak with AECom about how we can transition this plan and how we can prioritize what goes next and making sure that it all works within your budget. They're very flexible. We would like to knock it out 2A, 2B, and 2C in one fell swoop. And that's the total project cost for the entire phase 2, which is about $78,800. But again, if we need to break it down, we can still do that. But we do want to keep moving forward so that we do have a solid plan in the next 2 years. The Northside Trail System, for about a half a mile to a mile, depending on infrastructure and what needs to be done in that specific section, you're looking at about $1 million between a half mile and a mile. So again, another hefty project. But again, something that we can pursue through LCI funding, DNR. There's a couple of options that we can pursue. And then finally, the Fairburn Road project, which is about a $12 million construction project. You are going to be paying at least $1 million for a consultant based on the study alone. And this project, the $12 million, is just for phase 1 of the Fairburn Road project. So that doesn't include your Veterans Memorial Highway. I always want to call it Broad Street. Veterans Memorial Highway.
So your right of way is about $500,000. You're doing a road digest here, so we don't anticipate a lot of costs there, as well as utility, about $400,000. So we will be, hopefully at your leisure, putting in a solicitation in the fall for at least trying to get a portion of this covered. There would be a match, of course, 80/20 as always, so it's something to consider.
One thing I'll say is, April transitions to the next slide. These will be things that will be coming to you on your next SPLOST list for any specialty projects that are transportation related outside the housing study, if you want to include. So when I mentioned that 15 million, you only have about $3 million left. Those are the things to pick and choose from, because even though she's mentioned LCI funding or ARC funding or any other types of grants, your match will have to come from general fund or possibly SPLOST, just like we've done in the past. So you may not have to come up with all the funding, but you'll have to come up with a significant amount, and you'll have to pick and choose. You won't be able to do all of these with your, with a new SPLOST program.
So just to build upon that, the Highway 5 Transportation and Land Use Study, just to define the boundary area so we all know what we're talking about. It goes right from the Bright Star intersection there at Highway 5 to Stewart Parkway and Highway 5, and then towards the on and off ramp from 20. And then from the intersection of Douglas Boulevard to 5, and then the intersection of Chapel Hill Road and Douglas Boulevard. So it's a large area. You're looking at transportation and you're looking at land use, how they work together, how they can impede on each other, and kind of a strategy for that area as you move forward for development as well as transportation projects. So this is the timeline for the overall project. The big ones to note here are going to be, of course, the February 19th deadline for submissions. We will have hopefully that recommendation to you by April 1st. And finally, we will be having a presentation to Mayor and Council in September of this year. So a rather quick process. Everyone does not seem to bat an eye when it comes to the timeline. We're talking a traffic study. It's a very hefty RFP, but people seem to be very excited about the project alone.
And on that study, this will probably be your one opportunity. April mentioned the tip to get any type of federal funding for the Highway 5 bridge. So you'll need that study to start. So that's part of the transportation analysis that goes into ARC.
As it relates to the housing study, you already work with ARC, but I know we're gonna do our own. And so this is one of the reasons why we're doing a housing study. These are the apartments, a couple townhomes in there, so one townhome development in there as well. The first one that we have listed, they kind of fallen off. It's been over a year since we heard from them. They were in partnership with Golden Memorial. We have the reserve. You're very familiar with Mr. George Tullis. He's been before you multiple times. Harmony is a more recent one as well. That's a senior development over there, Timber Ridge Road. I know HRC is working on that along with Joe Fowler. Sweetwater Vista, that's a little older. I think maybe it's actually under construction, so it's a lot older than some of the other ones. Tributary Village Center, that's another one they're working on right now with them out. If you drive by there, you'll see them working in the existing building. Riverside Reserve, they have their zoning approval that's more recent. They've come a couple times to tweak the development. And then Serenity at New Manchester, that was annexed into the city. That's a senior development. It's right across from the residential detached homes in Tributary, right at the village. And then of course, Sweetwater Point, that's another senior development that was before you in the fall, I'll say. Darrell Lee Terraces, we did a strike through that those as well. They didn't get their point. They were short a point from DCA. So right now it's not in play. Durley Senior Housing, that's another one that you all voted to rezone on Durley Road. And it does have, we put 3 E's in, Mr. Adams, Councilman Adams, because that's what GIS says. You got on to me for Durley not being spelled right the other day. But GIS says it 3, I'm sorry. So Reservoir Drive.
Richard will pick up on it.
Okay.
Is it capital or capital?
Reservoir Drive, yeah, that as well. Those are the towns. They'll be coming back before you shortly. We've got to tweak their plan a little bit. Great Star, Sweetwater,
That's another development. We had a very long call with them a couple of days ago. Mr. Rattler probably answered 100 questions regarding building and fire for them. So it was a very long call. The crowd, Lee Road, that's another development. Pending, that's on Lee Road, that just came up. We've gotten several projects on Lee Road in the past couple of years, and they've all kind of fallen through. But this one here, I think, has a little bit more potential. That's in Councilman Adams and Councilwoman Miller's ward, way on I-20. But this is, of course, the reason why we're doing the housing study, because we do have a lot of apartments out there, but a lot of them are just stuck in zoning. So we've not gotten to the development phase on more than half of them. But this is where we are, and so we're working on this housing study. April's been working on, yeah.
So just briefly, I wanted to point out just why, obviously Patrice showed you kind of the why you've gone this route through the CDAP program with the ARC, which is the Community Development Assistance Program, and pinpoints what a desperate need is in a community to understand data and providing strategy. So what they really pulled from here is they looked at all of your adopted plans, they've looked at all of your goals for your community, and they've also pulled regional data. And so what you're going to see right here, this is essentially going to be what they have determined to be your vision and goals based on adopted plans as it relates to housing. So you're going to see a varied housing stock, downtown, of course, being a large focus, rezoning and different zoning categories for potentially smaller lot sizes to allow for higher density. You also see ideal environments for startup businesses, of course, public investment and land and housing, and then of course, finally, potentially some developer incentives to pinpoint what you need and what you want in your community. So they took all of this data and information, and they also showed demographics data, which again, we're only about 80%, well, more like 70% done with this study alone. So there's still a little bit more to gather. We've done a couple of different public information open houses. We did a senior conversation with some of your senior citizen population as well. So these are going to be the top 4, what they believe to be the forecast findings. Nothing is yet concrete as data can change, but these are going to be what they have perceived as your main 4 focal points for housing studies. So 140 units per year adding to your housing stock. About a third of that of new rental demand is going to have a demand to have affordable housing incomes of $50,000. And then the main one that I would like to make sure that we understand is number 3, which is going to be the trickle effect. So if you have someone who makes $200,000 a year, and the only housing option that they have is a $200,000 house, they're going to purchase the $200,000 house because there's no other options for them in the community. But that person that maybe makes $60,000 a year and can only afford up to a $200,000 house, cannot then afford that community. Therefore, you have a gap in your housing stock. So that's what they've identified here in Douglasville and in really the community alone, is that we have gaps in all these different spaces and we can't fit those desires of our community and really what our community makeup is. That's one that I wanted to make sure we pointed out and understood. And then finally, just 1-bedroom units. Oddly enough, we lack that. We lack the studio apartments, we lack 1-bedrooms. Some people prefer now that we're working at home to have 2-bedroom units, but we do have a underserved population here in the 1-bedroom.
So one of the things I'll say while April's on this slide, as you look to negotiate with the developer in the downtown area, and knowing that some of that is going to be rental, you may want to focus on those 1-bedroom units because that's potentially identified as what you need. And then if there are going to be units in there that are going to be for sale, focusing on number 3 as to what she said as far as what potentially may come out of that study for the need based on the income level, filling in that gap. And then of course, if you do your partnership with Habitat, it could help to service number 2.
I just had a general comment about the ARC study. I don't really think that it is true to our community. I'm very disappointed in the study. The conversations I had, I think they're trying to put a blueprint on communities without actually doing the work of that community. I asked the city manager or assistant city manager to provide me with a list from the tax office of homes in the city. And what we're missing are those 200,000 and above for homes. And seeing the median income, I think yesterday was 85,000 or something. So we don't need, Ms. Patrice just showed us a whole list of apartments and rentals. So why would we even entertain outside of the downtown area having any more 140 units per year? So I just don't think that that reflects what the community needs. I think they're trying to push people out to the suburbs, and they're looking at us and saying, oh, this is Douglasville, this is who you are, and not really listening to who we are. They're saying, projecting on us their impression of who Douglasville is.
So Mayor, that money that you all asked us to set aside for a housing study, that goes to enhance what ARC provides, because I agree with you, a lot of what they're gonna state is gonna be region, it's not gonna be specific. So we're gonna take this so we don't have to spend as much money and then tell the consultant to make it focus specifically for Douglasville. So we'll be able to address what you suggested. Now, I do think, April, correct me if I'm wrong, number one is their basis to say just units in general, regardless of whether it's owner, occupied, or rental. They're just, but to clarify the point that you're trying to get to, the next phase will be to clean that up, to make certain that we actually do need 140 units, and what type of units do we need? How many of that 140, if we need them, are rental, how many are home?
Yeah, because I mean, you all know I always say a plethora, but we have a lot of rentals based on that list that we just had. And I don't think the community nor this council is in the posture of saying we need more rental units. Because we just need to look at the whole variety and for people to live in the area, whether they're renting or purchasing.
And I think what we may be able to determine on that second phase of the study to go in more depth is to take, I think when you listen to the information that Jessica presented from Habitat, is if we can provide more homes in the market to respond to those who make above the 85,000 to 200,000. I think in some instances, you take the pressure off the rental market, because we do have a lot of single family homes that are caught up in the rental market because we don't have enough units. So I think if we can shift some of those people who are traditional renters to apartments or multifamily or other types of options, I think it helps us. But that next phase study will get us there as far as a mix that is specifically just for us.
So I don't know the other, Ms. Chelsea, can you go back or April to the other one? If we have a 35,000 population, which will be more once the census comes out, of the rentals that are in the pipeline to be approved, I don't know if that's.
A lot of that is
6, 7,
1, 2, 3, but half of that is senior
okay.
and assisted living.
And that Reservoir Drive is on there as well. Is that the only one on there that's?
Yeah, Reservoir is on there, that's the only town development.
And that's on the Reservoir Drive, yeah.
And that would be an owner occupied development, not a rental development.
Right.
On top of the rental, the top of the apartments that we already have.
But they're owner occupied.
Reservoir Drive would be sold, not rented. Those would not be rental units.
They're capped at like 10%.
Yeah.
One comment I would make about the ARC study, in my opinion, we've also got to take into effect the type of land that we have remaining within the city. We don't have large tracts of developable property that I can see for single-family detached, 300 and up housing. What we have left is small, close-in urban tracts that are going, if they're going to be used, they're going to have to be used for multifamily, whether that be condominiums, townhomes, or rental apartments. We just don't have any room left within our city limits now in the close-in downtown area. We can develop subdivisions, because if you all recall, 11 years ago when I came on the council, I believe the number was like 13 subdivisions within our city limits that were in some form of disarray because of the downturn in recession. Well, I asked Marcia a couple of days ago, well, how many do you think we have left? very few. All of those have now been brought back up and have been developed and are being built in. And so there is a lot of single-family detached. I would say that probably 90% of those subdivisions that were in disarray were single-family detached homes. So we've had a big increase in those already, and now what we have left for development is going to be in the multifamily realm. So what do? Do we not develop it? Do we deny the homeowner, do we deny the property owners the opportunity to use their property? I'm just playing devil's advocate.
One of the things we can do for you all, very similar to what we did for the industrial development, is do a map citywide. I guess I would yield to you, Councilman Adams. What size tract of land are we talking about to build a decent sized neighborhood that we could use as a benchmark to pull?
Well, I'll just use, for example, a piece that we all are familiar with at Veterans Memorial and Whitley Drive that was under contract. I have looked at that piece for many years and thought it would make a great single-family detached neighborhood. Obviously, the cost of the property makes it not viable. So it's going to be a combination of a lot of things, development costs at the time, but the cost of the property is a big part of that as to whether or not it's even feasible. I mean, is it feasible to go in and put in a 400-foot long street to put in 8 homes? I mean, your yield there is just not necessarily going to work as far as the economies of scale. I'd love to do a little development like that myself, but your average developer coming in now, they're going to pass them. It's just too small because they have the same amount of paperwork, the same amount of red tape, the same amount of meetings with city officials, the same amount of permitting as they do 10 houses to do 50. And so I think we're caught in a position where I'm not necessarily saying I'm supporting going all in with the rest of the land being apartments, but when we drill down into the specifics of this housing study with our own on top of ARCs, I think we will find where we really are in need of specific types, whether it be multifamily rental, multifamily individual owned, attached townhomes, or single family detached residential. And I think that is in demand, but I don't know how much land we have left that's feasible to develop.
To Mark's point, that's a good one, because a lot of what is going to be happening in the city over the next few years is infill, essentially, where you're going to take one lot at a time, in which case we're going to have a lot less influence policy-wise over what happens. I mean, we're not going to be dictating, each individual landowner, that one lot there, it has to be an apartment, that one has to be over-occupied. So we can't really do that a lot at a time. It's going to have to become more of an overarching policy with guidelines, but we're going to have much less say over infill housing as we are going to be over larger tracts like the old mill development, things like that. We don't want to have an impact. We're going to have to focus on things like the old mill, any housing that goes into the town green and so forth. That's where our major policy statements are come to fruition.
And I'll also add, we own this piece of property out in Brightstar. That's 155 acres. That's probably one of the larger tracts of property left undeveloped within the city. But what have we been told about that piece of property? So you can't say, well, we don't want apartments. We don't want apartments there anywhere else, when that may be the only thing that's feasible. Because of the yield that they're developing versus a single family detached 3rd acre or half acre lot.
And it doesn't have to be single family detached. It can be multi-family, but just high end, like Charleston, South Carolina, the inside, it's a high end townhome.
You mean high end rental? Or do you mean high end
occupancy home.
Okay, but then is that rental? Is that owner occupied or is that rental?
Owner occupied.
So you're wanting then to only build something that can be sold individually to a person rather than a rental unit. If the study comes back on some of them we're looking at now, rents being $2,500 a month, are we saying we don't want that?
Yeah.
Is there a place for that in our community?
If you want to see the future,
pardon?
If you want to see the future of single-family residential development in the downtown area, well, it's already visible. Go to Atlanta, go to Marietta, go to Decatur. The only way you're going to get any single to assemble lots. Someone's going to have to buy 4 or 5 houses together, cut them up into 15,000 square foot lots.
Right.
And sell them. Those houses are not going to be inexpensive. They're going to be 300 up.
300 now.
And that's the future of your residential development in downtown. No one's going to be able to come in and build any $150,000 single family units. In my opinion, you're never going to find any land that's affordable.
Because then if you do, and you do a tear down, then you've got the cost of what we've just gone through on the town green as far as the demolition and haul away and getting rid of the debris. It is created in the hazardous.
It's not a bad outcome. It's simply, I mean, the price of occupancy, if you're going to be in the traditional downtown area, it's going to go way up. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's simply a situation where the idea of building 1,500 square foot single family residence that's going to price out at 200 grand, it's just not going to work. It's not feasible.
You're gonna really have to have a person that wants to be in the downtown. It doesn't matter if it costs $200 a square foot to do it. That's where I want to be, and I'm willing to pay it.
All right, any other comments, questions on this part of it? Teresa?
Okay, so we're talking about the town green now. Marcus used our data software, Bluebeam, to help create this survey for us. We're looking at 1.9 acres being subdivided from a bigger parcel involved, I think it's about 8 acres. But total, we're looking at 9.04 acres for the town green amphitheater space. Some of the things that we have to consider as we move forward, next steps for the town green, we need to look at rezoning. Currently it's zone PSP. We are suggesting that it be rezoned to PUD, a planned unit development. We can do mixed development there, commercial, residential, retail, that sort of thing. And so that's the direction we're going in. We suggest that you should go in. And then of course, as I just mentioned, we have to subdivide the parcel, the green town green space from the remaining piece, because that's the area that you're developing. And then we'd have to also consider, as we work with the developer, whoever gets the property, rezone the property to PSP as an approval of alternative parking plan. That's something new in our code. It typically comes to me if it's like more than I could approve or feel comfortable approving it, I can send it to you all. But typically we've done several for apartment developments, senior housing, they don't drive, so it's usually a little less parking spaces. So that's relatively simple. We need a variance for density, a variance for a minimum unit size, a variance for height restrictions, a traffic study would need to be completed, and a DRI. Based on our findings, you would not need a DRI with the ARC at this time. And I kind of just jumped into this slide, but the city manager asked me to take a look at the town green and let's consider what the next steps would be as it relates to development.
And the purpose for this is as you look to work with the potential developer that you're gonna partner with, there's just a lot of things that community development is gonna have to work through if that proposal is to lend itself. And even if it's not this proposal, anyone else, I'm gonna assume would do some type of a development that would be like kind. So these are the things that we'll be working through to get you there, because the things you want, you currently can't do on the site.
Well, are we gonna sell part of the property, or we just gonna lease it out?
Currently, right now, the proposal that we have is to 5. So that's part of what we'll be talking to the council about in executive session.
So these items are based upon that particular proposal, which that's a moving target if we don't deal with that particular development.
That's right.
There are several things we're gonna have to consider, no matter who we deal with, unless we keep it and just do a land lease or whatever.
Right.
If you were just leasing it out, we wouldn't be doing that, because
Right.
we still own it, still leasing out.
Okay. All right, building division, Jennifer's here with us today. I don't know if you all know Jennifer. Jennifer's been with us a year and a half. Jennifer is the gatekeeper. For a while, we were suffering from incomplete applications. Jennifer has nipped that in the bud. We have developers who like to send us things and not pay us, or they're missing a page, and then 2 months later, they're writing us because we haven't done anything. So Jennifer immediately notifies them and let them know that they need to pick their application up or complete the submission. So this is where we are with 2019, 2020. As it relates to plan review, of course, in the building division, we did see a drop as it relates to plan review, inspections, and permits. But we continue to do great service, I think, as it relates to Tributary and Gateway Village. They are building, I don't know if you've been out there lately, but they are throwing those houses up, like, seriously. And so we've got a number of LVPs. Jennifer has done a lot of new parcel numbers she's had to create. DR Horton is pretty much doing all the building in Douglasville, in the city of Douglasville right now on the bigger scale. And so things are going well in the building division. I do think they probably, in the building division, we were more impacted by COVID, I would say overall. We have all our permits listed here. Again, there was a decrease in the numbers, but as it relates to figures, we made a little bit more money. Not a lot more, but we made a little bit more money. Economic development, Aaron's not here with us. Aaron is the manager who was promoted recently to this position. Brianna Watts is the Main Street coordinator.
And Aaron is the new dad, for those who may or may not know.
We did see some new businesses in our downtown, Kuma Coffee. They actually purchased the old Downtown Development Authority building right next door to Gumbo. So the DPA did make a little bit of money last year, I think. Tito's Lounge, that is also on Veterans Memorial Highway. That is in the Old Western Auto Building. Along with Grits Bar. Grits Bar, it's not open yet. They are located in the old Robinson building where the ice cream shop was located for a little bit. So they'll be opening there.
When they'll be opening the trees?
I'm sorry.
Do you know when they'll be opening?
They haven't given us a date yet. Jennifer?
So, I spoke with the owner, she said approximately April.
And she has 2 other locations in the county. She's April's Place.
Okay.
If you're familiar with the Soul Food Restaurant or Southern Cooking. Yeah. And then we have Broad Street Station. That is the old Irish Bread Pub. We've been talking to them. They're doing Tex-Mex. We anticipate them doing a soft opening in May. I think they'll be open in June. But they purchased the building.
It's a purchase.
Yes, and they want to do entertainment every week on the plaza. All right, Main Street events, we are going virtual. Still trying to stay out there. As I told the board the other day, we're gonna do things, but we're gonna be behind the scenes. The cities, we're not doing events right now. So we'll do all that we can to partner with businesses and make sure we're showcasing them. Just doing whatever we can to keep our downtown vibrant. Co-compliance, Ebony Jefferson's the manager, Jimmy Hitchcock and Keosha, they're our officers. We have 1 vacancy. Here are the violations in 2019 and 2020. There's a drop in, of course, some of them, but there was an uptick in others as usual. We do have, I will say, the IPMC, there's been a lot going on in court as it relates to buildings and people renting spaces to individuals. So we'll be talking about that later.
And in your report that Kristen sends out, you all have for the month of January. In your highlights today.
Right. And the city manager asked me to upload these slides so we can discuss breweries. I'm going to defer, but this is you recall, this is old. This is an older rendering of what we want the downtown to look like as far as the old jail space or town green, I should say. And then of course you see the buildings up there. That's a club next to D. So that's just where your markings are. Oh, this is better. I'm sorry. We uploaded this one too. So as you can see, this is how we anticipate the area being laid out for development.
Right, so there have been a couple questions about whether or not a brewery, I'm just gonna say brewery for the terms of a place that brews beer, whether you brew beer, you eat there, you just brew beer. And where it can go, or I should say, how it would impact, one, the town green. The second, if we had interest from a brewery, where could they go in downtown due to the fact that we have a number of churches and schools within the downtown. So Patrice has come up with a map, her and her department. Now, there are certain things that legal and community development need to speak to you about in relation to maybe some conflicts in the code that we need to clear up. But we do need some direction from you all on this topic to move forward. So I guess we can really start with the town greens. I think maybe that'll be a little bit easier because I think we can kind of clear that one up and then go back to the tour map.
Alright, so here we are at the town green. And the next, over to the right of building D is where you'll run into the school.
So basically what we're saying is, so right at the edge, so that is where we currently have the school, Airway, church. So it sits right on the tip of where the town green is located, but it would not, if you go back to the slide of the town green, it's not gonna impact anything in relation to where a brewery or a microbrewery would go. And that's under your current law. So if you were concerned that, hey, if a brewery came to approach the city and wanted to locate on the town green, based on your current code and ordinance, they couldn't go on the town green. That map shows they actually could. There's nothing there based on your current construction plans that would prevent it from going on the town green.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
Careful on this. The Airway Academy is literally on the edge of Plug Drive.
Correct.
So, and I think this is where the attorney can give us the interpretation of how distances are measured. So if it's, what is it, 600 feet or 300 feet from schools?
Well, it depends on what you're measuring from. We're talking about a brewery, and it really depends on whether you want to keep your measurement method. Lynn and I are going to propose that you go to the state system of measuring, which is what everybody else is using. Ask me again, you're asking me how we measure?
Yeah, how would you
Right
measure it
now, I
for
think
Airway
we're
on the
measuring
green?
from the front door of the alcohol establishment to the closest edge of the offended property, which is either a school or a church.
And I'll have, just to add to your question, Mayor Pro Tem, Maya, could you address how you measured these dots? It's from.
Yeah, so Mr. Thompson actually worked with us on doing this on Bluebeam, but this is just from the outside of the building. So if you were to kind of do, say, Airway to the other side of the town green, this is from building to building. So from the outside of the building to the next.
But our attorney is saying from the edge of the property of the school before you.
Well, I'm saying from the front door of the alcohol establishment
to-
to the closest edge of.
To the edge of the property. So if you start from the property in the back.
Start from the alcohol establishment.
I'm
So that would
saying,
be the
but
front
once
door
you-
of the alcohol down the most common route.
to the edge of the property of the school. So
Yes.
let's reverse that and say, okay, we start at the edge of the property of the school and go the distance. That will give you where you can have the front door of the establishment. So
Sure.
the edge of the property of Airway Academy is on Club Drive, so you're already only about
You
25
said the
feet.
front door, the what?
No, I said the edge of the property of Airway Academy
Okay.
is on Club Drive. So
Okay.
that's the point where you're measuring from to the front door of any establishment. So if you're going, what is it, 300 feet from there, that takes you, I'm saying that takes you pretty significantly under the green.
So
If you go back to the green slide. Okay, yeah, so that parking lot over there on the far right where it says Spring Street, that's Airway Academy right there. They're on that corner. That's the property. So come in 300 feet from that, that covers easily building B and probably most of building C. Am I not seeing that correctly? Am I missing something?
So these circles do represent the 300 feet radius. So depending on where you potentially building D and C and D, those would be housing.
So it doesn't specify, so it does not specify, correct me if I'm wrong, Susan, in the ordinance where we measure from.
No, ma'am, it's in the definition of measure.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken,
That's our measurement, not
That's
the
our
state law.
measurement.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
What is the state law?
Well, the state law has changed and it's different. One thing for liquor and it's another thing for beer. You want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I think that's good context.
Yeah.
But you're saying basically we can put it on the town green.
I'm suggesting that currently, right now, based on, how we've measured it, it doesn't necessarily impact. But if you address the Mayor Pro Tem's concern, it encroaches upon the building based on the 300 feet that community development has done for an example to show you. So this is not in stone, but this is an example of what we use for discussion points.
I believe what Mr. Miller is saying is there would be a larger encroachment onto the city's property identified as a town green. It would not wipe it out, but you would probably be encroached by another 150 feet, maybe 200 feet, when you go not from the front door of Airways School, but you go from the property line of Airways.
Right.
So there would be more impact than what's shown.
That's based on
there.
what our attorney
Yeah,
said.
so you would, go
That's
to,
fine, as long as it can go in there.
yeah, building D is what you all are suggesting that it possibly could not be approved. The rest,
Correct.
building C, B, and A would be open.
And C is,
C might be a problem too.
C the part.
The A and B might be okay. C, I think, a good bit of C could be a problem, depending on what side of the road.
Is there any particular advantage to having a microbrewery in that project?
Well, we've not even been approached by it. It was just what was,
There was a request made to look at that. And if we could, I think the state measurement. While she's looking at it, Coach, you have something?
Well, no, I just, on this subject, I just was wondering if there were still breweries / restaurants that were doing business out there. Since the place on Chapel Hill Road went away, I mean, I don't know. Are there places that sell food and also brew on property? Just out of curiosity, are they out there?
Yeah.
I mean, I think, Ackworth probably has a number that I know of, their brew pubs.
Restoration in Woodstock, is that just a?
Yeah, they're another one. So there are a good bit of them that are coming. You know, one, I think we need to clean up the language. Two, you know, I don't know how, as far as measurement, right now, this is based on 300 feet. I think you all need to let us know if that number is satisfactory or if you're looking for something different. But I know Lynn wanted to mention what the state law was, so we can at least hear that portion.
So the state law for measurement is to school grounds. And so we're interpreting school grounds as to the school property line. And that would be that'll encompass more than just from the front door of the school
To the property line.
Right, and church, as far as church goes, it's more of a building. So that would be a bit smaller than church property line.
And which one was it? The school was 600 feet and the church was 300, is that correct? Or is it the other way
I think
around?
that's just if it's a Christian school, then do you have to go with the church ones, right? Or
If the school is 600 feet, it's a school is 600 feet,
Are we
correct?
talking about state law or local law?
The state law, we're starting with the state law. Is it,
State law is 100 yards of church building, 200 yards of school building.
school, okay.
Or
600 feet.
So school is 600 feet. So in this case, if we're from,
Building.
from the building, not from the property. Okay, but still 600 feet, that's 2 football fields.
From the
Again, from
building.
Airway Academy though, they have a building that's maybe 30 feet back, 40 feet back.
School building property line. It's more feet for the school and you measure to the nearest property line, so it's.
Oh, it is, okay, so we're still talking about the ground, okay, so 600 feet from Airway Academy, now go back to the slide of. the-
So if you go back, so here's.
So 600 feet from the far side of Church Street, of Club Drive, that's gonna encompass at least all of Building C and probably get over close to Building B.
I will tell you that I do believe your current proposer, Building D, in that area, is primarily residential because of where it sits. So I think that if you're concerned about Building D, I would say from a philosophical standpoint, that may be because of protecting the neighborhood is what the developers are interested in. So if building C is what you want to allow for use, maybe you look at reducing the distance requirement.
But Marshall, wasn't that area allocated for an elevated parking deck?
It was.
Multi-story parking deck with
Currently.
this particular proposal.
That is correct.
So that wouldn't come in.
Yeah, so I think you have a couple options. I think if the town green is your concern, your options are you can change the ordinance to reflect the ultimate level of flexibility, or you can work with the developer, understanding the constraints you have within your current ordinance. So I think that those are your options. And we, staff, will work with however you all decide.
And it's a brewery one, not a brew pub, right? Because the brew pub has no problem.
I don't even think we've decided that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Is there
used to think I knew what they were. I don't think I know what they are now.
I put this on y'all, but there's a lot flying around here. Is there a consensus with the council for a direction of anything that you're wanting staff to do with this now that you've been asked to provide this information? Or they've been asked to provide this information?
I'd like a definition between the two so that we can, as a body, agree upon or not agree upon what we do want to see there and what we don't want to see.
You're talking about Mark, a brewery and a brew pub? All right, so again, and Mark should correct me if I'm wrong, attorneys keep me straight. A brew pub has food service with it. A brewery is where it is the alcohol is actually being manufactured on site and serving, and no food as part of it.
And that's already clear in your ordinance and state law.
Did I do that?
And also,
Yes.
Brew Pub also manufactures malt beverages, except that they're allowed by state law to sell 10,000 barrels per year, whereas a brewery, they're only allowed to sell directly to consumers about 3,000 barrels a year on the premises.
The brew pub still has the food service provision.
Correct.
So I would assume, based on what I've heard just in conversations throughout, you all are not looking at recruiting a brewery.
Where you just walk up and say, I'd like so-and-so, and you stand there and drink it, and you go to the next one.
Or just a manufacturer of beer. That's not something on your list of.
It's not on my list, that's just.
But a brew pub would be something you all would welcome on the town green or consider on the town green. So I guess for the sake of this conversation, Mayor, we're really only talking a brew pub on the town green.
But we will still have to work with whatever restriction we have as far as footage or.
Well, let me go back and lay a little bit of foundation for what we're doing. First of all, we don't have to worry about this tomorrow because breweries are not zoned for downtown. So we got some control. The other thing is that now the state's regulations about distance, restaurants where they have consumption on the premises is already exempt unless we decide it's not. Now, breweries have a tap room where they can serve the public. So they can be consumption on the premises to the extent we say they are. Now, the ordinance doesn't say that already, so we get to decide how close to a school or a church a brewery can be. We can change our ordinance to do that. It doesn't have to be what the state says for, say, manufacturers of liquor. It can be something smaller than that. So that's basically where we are. We have a lot of flexibility to decide what we want, and we don't have to decide in the next 5 minutes.
Well, I'll use an example I've seen come about over the last number of years in a little town in Tennessee called Gallup. And I don't know what they call it. Well, it used to. You can walk up and down the street, and it's sort of like just a mass redevelopment of existing property there. It all of a sudden has become a place to walk in to an open air building, order moonshine. And if there's one, there's a dozen in a 10 club block. And you walk the town, and that's what you do. And when you're finished there, you walk, go down and find it. I mean, I don't know that we don't have the population, touristy or permanent or visitors to have that kind of numbers. But I don't know that that's what we want to suggest on the town green is whatever that's called in our ordinance.
Brewery can't make moonshine. Brewery can only-
Okay, well, I'm just using.
He's just using that as an example, Terry.
It can be
He was
business,
using
and
that
I
as an
just, I
example.
don't know that that's going to be the image that I would want us to show on our new development. That's just my opinion. Now, a brew pub, if that's what they're called, as a restaurant that can manufacture so much and serve it, I don't necessarily have a problem.
Is that currently allowed in the?
With the attorney's,
Group of ordinance, and treat them as restaurants.
with the attorney's permission, I'm gonna just describe what, I went on the chamber's trip to South Carolina last year. We visited a number of breweries. And the experience we had, each of these was designed to be like a family-oriented place. Basically, that's all they do is sell, they brew beer on site and they sell it by the glass. But they're meant to be gathering places. They're not meant to be bars. They're not looked at as bars. A lot of them had actual food trucks associated. So they don't want, brewers don't want to get into food service because that's not what they do. They don't know how to do that. You know as well as I do. To open a restaurant is a very specialized skill. So they don't want to get into that. But what they did do is provide food trucks on site to give people an option if they wanted to have something to eat. So maybe that's something that we could require, if we're willing to accept breweries, that we could require them to have a food truck or something like that, an ancillary service along those lines, if that's your concern. And the mayor expressed a similar concern about being able to drink without having food available. Maybe, and I don't know if that's something we can require or not, but that's something to think about.
Have great flexibility with the alcohol. As long as you don't get less stringent from the state, you can just about it.
Because it's tough to tell a brewer you have to have a restaurant as part of your business when they don't do food.
You're looking for a different proprietor. You're not looking for a brewer, you're looking for a brew pub with a restaurant that also makes beer.
I guess I would be afraid that, you get them to start up, but then maybe the food truck goes out of business. I think that might.
We just have to find another one, I guess.
Would there be an option inside building A or B to have like an open air building where you go in, where it's almost like a long food courtish, and you have your brewery right here, and you've got your food restaurant right here.
Like
So
a
it's-
food court.
Yeah, yeah.
They do,
I mean,
Clark
does that-
Street
does that-
Market has something, is like that, if you go to.
I mean, because I
They
guess
have a
I do
brewery in
understand
one
what you're
corner.
saying about a brewer person being, that's a very specialized thing. They might not be very good at making food, and that could cause their business to fail. I'm not necessarily against brewery, you guys know that. I'm all about what we can do local here in our community, our own local honey and food and water sources. And if someone can make beer too, that is great. In fact, you guys, if y'all remember all the bees that Mike had, and I was so against those until I found out that you can use mead to make beer. That's pretty cool. I like that. And that's probably the best thing about those. But, so, I mean, I just think that we're going to have to work together to find a way to make this concept work for everyone. Because I can't imagine where I could say, hey, Owen, do you want to go check out this brewery? He'd be like, no, what could he possibly do there, He does not care about those things. So it doesn't feel real family-ish, but maybe if we did look at a concept where we could do both and just saying.
So can I ask an outsider question? So if I understand from all the presentations I've seen in the last 2 days, the Town Green project is one that you all are gonna go to an RFP.
We've already done that. We already
You've
have
already
a
done that.
developer proposed.
A developer has proposed.
We're going through negotiations with that developer.
Has the developer expressed a problem with the land use regulations as it relates to this piece of property?
No.
So what is it we're trying to solve here? So I can get you all the consensus.
The question was asked, how does the current ordinance as it relates to breweries, brew pubs affect the town green? So that is what we're displaying, and I'm showing it affects it, but not wholly.
Only
So
part of it.
the only part of it. So there is an opportunity to have one there. Just know that there's a portion of the property that is adjacent to a school that affects the town green.
Which I then heard that building D was primarily focused for residential and C possibly for a parking facility, but
Correct, and the current developer that we're working with has had a chance to take a look at the zoning and all of those things, so they know there needs to be, some changes, but they're, right now, they themselves, unless they're coming to the table with a brewery, would have to recruit that. And now's the time to make those adjustments, but as it specifically relates to zoning outside of that developer or any other developer, there is opportunity to put that type of establishment on the town green. It just won't be able to be on that Club Drive side.
So is there a consensus of the officials here that something needs to be done at this point? I think your staff's looking for guidance since they've been asked to look at this for you.
Well, I've already made my request. I just like to formally know what direction we'd be, whether it's a brew pub or a brewery. And realize that there are limits on the site, but that it's not off limits completely. And I want to make sure, in my opinion, I want to make sure that we respect those churches and schools that are already there, that already are owners of property, that we respect them with distances as to where those could be placed. And I'm not saying that we enhance them, I'm not saying that we reduce them, I'm saying that I don't want to see us begin to make changes for us, the city, to be able to provide a service that we won't allow them to do as a private citizen or as a private owner. I think that's really an abuse many times that we give ourselves. And I would like to see us try to abide by those same rules. That's just my opinion.
When you asked us, when we talked about it at your last council meeting, what you asked us to do was to make sure that they could go downtown, but that the existing rules for measuring would not be changed.
Right.
We drew an ordinance for you that we're ready to propose that would clarify that breweries are not restaurants and that they will abide by the distance regulations. We're also would like you to consider going to the state measuring. We don't think it will make a tremendous difference, but anybody who comes to town has to really measure twice. One's under our rules and one's under the state's rules. It's really confusing for them. So we're prepared to bring you that and make any changes you want.
As we look to the future of our city, one of the complaints or things that people talk about that we don't have enough of in the city is restaurants. We have a few, but compared to places that they have kind of green over at Carrollton, and you go around that square, they got all kinds of restaurants there. I haven't heard one single person say we just don't have enough breweries in Douglas County. Now, a brew pub, I like the idea of a place that serves food. I got no problem with beer being produced, manufactured on premises. I know that that's not what has come and approached or that's right now it's a brewery that I guess has made overtures or wondered about whether or not we would allow that. So I don't know, do we recruit, do we try to find a place that we would like to come to the city of Douglasville and open a business?
I think if you're able to get through the due diligence process with this potential developer, and as they develop their master plan, I think in that you ask them for specific things, commercial development and a brew pub, maybe one of them, and restaurants maybe the other. My assumption would be it would be a mix of businesses that would appeal to cross-section of the community. So again, the purpose for us was just to show you that there is an effect, it's not all of an effect, but I think that as far as the developer, whether it's this one or anybody else, I think if that's one of the things that you want, there's an opportunity to make that work. I think also to Councilman Adams's point, and Ms. Miller and the rest of you all, that anything that goes along Club Drive that's adjacent to that school, you want it to be respectful to the neighborhood. You probably, regardless if it's a brew pub or not, you probably don't want restaurants on that side. You probably don't want anything that, maybe there's live music or something. You want something that protects and for those things to go to the other other areas of town. So that I think is just part of the development. But I think I think what Ms. Littlefield is offering is where we need to be so we can provide some consistency and clarity in the ordinance so that if anybody, anywhere in downtown can come in. And if you go to the other, Patrice, so if you go to the other slide, this is based on that sample that we did. Here is an example of where there are churches in the downtown area that we know of. There's also the issue that staff would like to work on with legal, that I think Councilman Adams, you brought up about rental, people who rent spaces for churches and all of those things that we need to take in consideration. But there is opportunity in downtown for that type of establishment. It's not eliminated by what we currently have.
So,
I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, Mark.
My concern there was if you had a landlord that had a space for lease and he leased it to a church, and then those measurements then caused businesses possibly that were owner occupied businesses to then be out of illegal because of a tenant moving in. I think we have a real slippery slope.
State law already provides for the, the alcohol can't come to the church, but the church can come to the alcohol and it doesn't.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Our church keep
That's not exactly how. And some do.
Hang on.
The American Legion have a lot of experience selling alcohol, the edge of the regulation.
So, am I correct in that you're directing staff to continue negotiations with the current development proposer for the property to determine if there are any zoning issues, and that the city attorney will continue to, in the process of bringing forth an ordinance amendment that addresses some clarification of definitions and also making the measurement requirements consistent with the state law provisions?
Yes.
All right, are we getting, all right.
Is there anything further on this?
It will the alcohol fees in that.
Now we are officially tapped out.
Hey, Howard, that's a capital idea.
Hey, I know one thing, you get a text from our friend down there in Tributary.
That's a capital idea.
One more question. Are you ready to
Richard, are you listening?
CBD to have breweries?
Sorry?
Are you ready to rezone the downtown to have breweries? Are you hold on that until we see what comes next?
Is there any direction to staff on that?
Have we gotten any interest from breweries?
Just one,
Okay.
in Lena Jones building.
All right, so we have had someone contact community development about a brewery. So, and I just tossed that out there because Ms. Littlefield asked, are you interested in allowing it? So if we've had one that called, typically that means others will follow.
As long as, I feel like as long as we're keeping, or taking, whatever, how we say that, respecting the churches and schools, then yes, I think we should be open to looking at these business ways. I don't know how the rest of it comes.
You'll have to do it with a text amendment to the UDO, which will take a couple of months. So if you got a fish on the line, I don't know if 2 months is too long.
Okay. All right.
So again, what is the consensus here?
Are we moving forward with making the text amendment for allowance?
I would say yes.
We can look at it.
So bring it to you at the same time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So this is our final slide. Looking ahead, as you know, the county currently maintains the GIS system for the city and the county. And what we would like to do is bring it in-house. It was in-house when I first arrived here in Douglasville, but it's been since moved to the county. And I just think it'd be a little bit more efficient if we're able to have it here at the city. We have a lot of planning going on. We have a census taking place as well, along with WILD negotiations. So I think it would just be beneficial if it was in-house. I'm working with Sam and we're meeting with Esri and staff to make sure we can get this pretty much rolled out by October 1st. That's our goal. And then of course, I have here a deputy director. I would love to have a deputy director, to be honest with you. Not this fiscal year, but maybe in a couple fiscal years. I just need that staff support, to be honest with you. I would say zoning takes up about 60% of my time, if not a little bit more. And so the other divisions certainly need support as well. I'll just put it that way. Again, that's not on the immediate list. A succession plan, we're actually working on that right now. I'll be transparent. Mr. Mettler came to me between Thanksgiving and Christmas and hey, I got 18 months left. So that gave me the opportunity to give it some thought. He was by himself at that point. We didn't have anybody. Tracy left back in October. He's a building official over in Villa Rica. We recently hired an individual from Newton County who's coming in from Covington every day. Mike loves him. He's doing awesome work. But we also have someone else who will be shadowing Mr. Mettler for the however long we need him to do it. He will also be taking tests as well. So we're trying to get, I would say most people don't go to school saying they want to be a building official. So we don't have a large pool out there of inspectors. And so we're trying to create our own, which we've done that already in the department. Maya came on as a planner, as an intern. Jennifer came through the door thinking she was just answering the phone. Myself and several others. So I would say this is something that we can do. Mike has the time. He's given us 18 months, and so I've asked him to work with this individual. We may end up bringing somebody else in. I don't know. But hopefully he can pass the test to get his certifications because he does have to be certified to be in these positions. So that's just out there as well. We're going to continue to work with Ms. Littlefield and now Ms. Lynn to update the UDO as needed. We're doing housing abatements. We continue to do that. I think I sent over probably about 5 or 6 to Ms. Littlefield, so I know she's working on that. Primarily, I think we may be on the north side, but we did a housing. We took a look at houses on the north side and in the Old Mill area as well. So we're looking at all houses to put on the list if necessary. Working on the Town Green Project, of course, and in digital saving plans, we spend a lot of time on open records requests. You will not believe the amount of open records requests that are processed in our office, and it's a lot. I'll just put it that way. And it takes up a lot of staff time between Jennifer, Maya, a little bit of code compliance, and Mr. Mettler often have to do, he actually goes to the storage room somewhere out there, I don't know where it is, to pull plans for us that are 10 to 20, 30 years old. And so we often fall behind, Ms. Gibby's not here, but we often fall behind on our open records requests. And so this is something that we've been talking about for a few years now. I know that number 100,000 is a little high, but it will take care of building and zoning as well. So I'm just putting that out there. That's not something that we're asking for this year, but we certainly are interested in going in that direction. And that's all.
All right, any questions? Mayor.
I had a quick question, Mr. Triggs. The time frame, amnesty time for the tires and those trailers. I've seen a couple of the businesses still that have tires out. I thought they were.
So now they can have some out on display, but most of them are now, all of them are in compliance at this point.
Mr. Vick, at the top of the year,
We just had a meeting with Big Tires yesterday or this morning. We're working with them.
And the one on Estelle and February.
Which one's that?
I think it's Big Tire.
I'm not aware of anybody not being in compliance at this
Okay,
point.
so just the one on the top.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions or issues? All right, we're only an hour behind. Well, we're not even
Come back at 2:30 so we can wrap up.
Come back.
So much for
2:30 so we can
2
wrap
minutes
up.
early.
I know. That's right.
Are you thinking back to that part when you came in and said how much you enjoyed working